keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it
Hello and welcome to Gamers Without Borders. My name is Banks and I am your host, and today marks the beginning of an incredible charity tournament that has been spanning across 3 weeks up till now, and we are going to kick off with some incredible women's Counter-Strike. It's the first time in Gamers Without Borders history, and we cannot wait to get stuck into all of the action. So we're going to kick off today's pre-show, brought to you by Savvy Games Group. And I meant we in the literal sense, because in this absolutely awesome virtual studio, I am joined by two experts from the world of Counter-Strike. It is, of course, Sapphire and Miss Harvey. Sapphire, you are all the way across the pond. The birds are chirping. It's very early. How are you feeling?
It is very early here in Los Angeles, approaching 8 a.m., but there's no place I'd rather be. I'm so excited to watch these teams today.
Miss Harvey, you know, we've got an entire weekend of Counter-Strike action. How are you feeling? Are you pumped?
I'm so pumped. I echo everything that Heather just said, but I want to also add that, you know, it's so cool as an American right now, someone living in North America, to be able to be on this European show. The wonders of technology in this virtual studio, it is quite awesome.
Well, once again, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here to set the scene before we dive into all of the action. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Gamers Without Borders, a good place to start is the prize pool, because Sapphire, it is an absolutely astonishing prize pool, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got $2.5 million at stake here, spread across all the teams competing in this event. But if you're the top team, you get $1 million to put towards the charity that means the most to you and feel like you're doing a good thing.
Well, there's loads of charities that our competitors have the choice to donate to. So, Miss Harvey, are there any that stand out for you?
Yeah, a couple of those beautiful charity that I'm well familiar with, whether it's because I raised money for them or not. But personally, I have my favorite. I'd say that the World Food Program has been kind of a game changer during the pandemic, so I would definitely donate to those.
Well, all of this prize money is going to a number of brilliant global relief causes, and that's why we're here. And of course, to watch some top-tier Counter-Strike. So, with that being said, let's take a look at the format for this weekend.
Welcome to Gamers Without Borders. Let's go over the format and take a look at how teams will face off in this tournament. 6 of the best women's teams from Counter-Strike Global Offensive were invited to compete against each other. Teams will play out in a single elimination bracket, with 4 teams starting out in the quarterfinals and 2 teams directly in the semifinals. Who will emerge victorious and claim themselves the trophy?
There you have it, all laid out for you. Miss Harvey, I'm going to come to you because we have the top 2 seeds waiting in those semi-final spots. They are waiting in the wings, chomping at the bit. So personally, who do you feel has a tougher task in their semi tomorrow?
Yeah, I have to say it's probably Navi Javelin, because Panda Fearless. I think that these two teams have a great storyline and great battles throughout the last couple of months. And at the same time, G2 could really cause a surprise here and beat Panda. So I think the second semifinal is a little tougher, but what's so great about these 6 teams is that they can all beat each other. And that's a very rare feat to be able to say in women's Counter-Strike internationally. Even Ningma Galaxy, even though that they've been at the top of the scene for almost a couple of years, 2 years now internationally, are starting to either show cracks here and there, or the other teams are getting better. So all of these games from quarterfinals to semifinals, I think are going to be very close.
Oh, we're so excited for everything to kick off. And you know what? We've seen all of the teams who are going to be going up against each other in this amazing bracket. So let's take a quick look at today's schedule, because today's schedule looks a bit like this. At 5 p.m. CEST, we're going to have 9 Pandas Fearless going up against G2 Oya. And then later on today at 8 p.m. CEST, we have Ninjas and Pyjamas up against Big Equipa. Now, remind yourselves, I said CEST twice, so you shouldn't get this wrong, but don't forget to convert that over to the time zone that you are in. So, once again, we've got G2 Oya going up against 9 Pandas Fearless first and foremost. A rematch from only a few weeks ago, Sapphire. Could this be a grudge match in the making?
Oh, I think so. G2 is going to want their revenge. They came out in starting that matchup and didn't look good, to be honest. Nine Pandas absolutely destroyed them. They closed the gap in map 2, but still walked away with an 0-2 loss, whereas Nine Pandas obviously feeling on top of the world. If you can beat players like Zaz and Giuliano, you're feeling really good about yourself. And G2 doesn't like that. G2 is not going to want to lose again.
They're really not, I can imagine. And think about like the strengths from each of these teams. Steph, is there anyone in particular that we should be looking out for on either of these teams, for our viewers at home?
Yeah, obviously, you mentioned it, Heather. Giuliana is one of the top. She also played really well versus that squad. But on the Nine Panda, it was Fatal that really showed up in their last matchup. They were able to win that matchup 2-0, and one map was like 16-2. I think it was on Ancient. So I don't know if it was the lack of depth of G2 and Ancient in the experience, or if it was just like Nine Panda Fearless synergy here. It is just really on point. So I think that G2 is going to have to come up big, and we're going to have to see individual gameplay showing up today if they want to beat Nine Pandas.
Well, Nine Pandas have definitely come together over the past few weeks, and the proof is in the pudding. As we stay, the stats do not lie. So we're just moments away from kicking off our first match, but we had a quick chat with some of our competitors earlier in the week, and here's what they had to say.
I play with Manka, Giuliano, Zaz, and Kiosa. Manka is an AWPer for us. Giuliano is our IGL. Zaz and Kiosa are riflers, as well as me, Classic. I feel like on some maps we found a good balance, and on other maps it's been rather tough for us, but I think we can work it out. And I can't really find a specific word for our playstyle. I think it also differs from map to map. Regarding playing against stronger teams, I think we always come with confidence, because if you don't have confidence, you just better not play at all. And I think we can put up a better fight now than we did in ESL Impact, because we had more time to practice and to evaluate our mistakes. Playing for G2 doesn't give us any more pressure. I feel like we're just really proud to represent such organization. They just help us with everything. So competing in Gamers Without Borders would obviously mean a lot for us. And I think this is really exciting, and this is really important for the esports world, so we can show the example.
G2 with a wealth of experience in that team. But Sapphire, we've already said that Nine Pandas are playing extremely well for their first match, but just take a look at this ESL Impact Season 3. G2 just don't look like themselves, do they, Sapphire?
Yeah, this is not what we'd necessarily expect. There's obviously a lot of hype when this roster was built, and it didn't start off so strong. As the season went on, had a nice match against Navi again, though losing. But this is the short term. In the long term, not worried, especially when we get this team on LAN. They're gonna dominate. But we're online right now. It's a different world, and they're still struggling a bit. They're trying to put the pieces together of this new roster.
It really is. And I mean, Steph, when you think about Nine Pandas going up against G2, I mean, is it just going to be more of the same for them? Do you think they're going to have adapted, changed between then and now? Because it wasn't that long ago, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. And I don't think that G2 has, I think, had the time to had much more depth to their map pool, which I think is probably their hardest problem right now. We have maps that some of these players have never played before, right? If you were thinking about Ancient, Anubis, even Vertigo wasn't that played as much as it is now, when it's becoming a staple map on the scene. So G2 is going a little bit more in their comfort zone when it comes to the maps as they've known that on the leadership side, they have a lot of experience. And so I don't think much has changed in a couple of weeks. I think we're going to go into comfort picks, comfort bans here. I would be very surprised if we get something out of the left field.
Oof, okay, well, speaking of left field, it's time for the vetoes and the picks that we're going to have up on your screen. Steph, let's stay with you. I want you to talk about if these are the typical choices, or, is it more left field, like you said?
Actually, I would have expected a little bit of overpass ban from G2, so I do feel that they're wanting to start playing this map. Or they just felt like they were just absolutely dominated on Ancient, like we mentioned earlier. 16-2, they just don't want to repeat of Ancient versus Panda. So they were like, oh, you know what? I'd rather gamble Overpass. We have more experience on this than Ancient. So I think that's kind of what happened. Permanent ban on Panda, nothing new here. And I think Mirage is a comfortable map for G2, but unfortunately, it's also a very good map for Pandas. So this is definitely a veto won by Pandas, but it's just a lack of depth from G2. I don't think there was any way they could have won this veto header. I don't know if that's what you think.
Yeah, like you said, yeah, I think they're still building the pieces. I think the Overpass pick, it looks very interesting to me here. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah.
Ooh, something worth mentioning as well, we've already touched on ESL Impact, and now we're coming into Gamers Without Borders. The support, the camaraderie between the women in the CSGO scene has been absolutely phenomenal up to this point and really sets the standard for a lot of the pros who are up and coming in the scene. So let's keep that as it is, because I'm really enjoying it and we're loving to see the support either online or when you see the teams kind of coming together in this scene. Perfect. Let's keep that up. So before we dive into our first match, I would like to quickly ask you both about your predictions, although from what we've spoken about up to this, or what we've spoken about, sorry, up to this point, I feel like you're both leaning towards 9 Pandas. Am I right?
Yeah, you know, Banks is a first for everything, and this is the first time that I am probably not picking Juliano, Zaz, and Krasi to win a match. I just think Dan Pandas has looked so good together. This roster, the core has been together for about 4 years now, off and on. They're building the pieces. They're looking really strong. They've made it to ESL Impact LAN. I'm liking what I'm seeing from 9 Pandas today.
Ooh, Miss Harvey, are you feeling the same? I saw you nodding.
A little bit. Unfortunately, I have to echo exactly everything that Eder said regarding G2 and 9 Panda situation. Especially if you think about a year ago, I think 9 Panda was playing Valorant full time, and we saw their progression really dramatically change in the last couple months. They are right there at the top with the others. Well, I think G2 is kind of in the same boat, but they're going to need a couple more months to get there.
Ooh, well, the predictions are in. We've met our competitors. Now it's time for only one more thing. It is time to meet your casters for your first quarterfinal of the day. So we're going to hand it over to Nari Mizuki and Tom Pickering to bring us in. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you very much there, Banks. I'm super excited for this matchup, and I will have to echo what both of our fantastic analysts were saying. But first, Sam, how are you doing?
I'm super hyped, right? Exactly the same. I've been waiting for the opportunity to get to cast G2 in this new form that they've taken on. We spoke about how, you know, the main core 3 players have been around forever. Juliano, right? World champion in 2 different games. Absolute mega star. So really excited to get to dive into them and see how they've progressed from Impact. We've said there was a little bit of a hiccup there. So maybe between then and now, there've been some much needed improvements.
Well, talking about improvements, obviously, yeah, it's a fresh lineup from G2, players coming back in from Valorant and wherever else. There's also a player who, like, this is their first real time getting a chance at official matches. It's going to be really exciting to see how they do. But what are your predictions? What do you come in here thinking is going to happen?
Do you know what? I want to be that voice of chaos. I'm going to throw caution to the wind, and I'm going to back Juliano, Zaz, and Cray because they are exceptional. They've proven time and again that they can be the absolute best. So I'm actually going to stick this to G2. I know that 9 Pandas won the veto, so maybe it'll be like a 2-1 and not a 2-0. But I'm going to put my back in behind my girls. I think they got this one.
Before the broadcast, I was definitely full on thinking that 9 Pandas were going to be able to smash this out of the park. But with it being, you know, Mirage and Overpass, these are 2 maps that Zaz and Juliano could come through and carry heavy for their team, and open up opportunities for the rest of the squad. So I'm definitely sort of sitting there in the middle. I'm going to go with you. We'll do casters versus analysts on this. We'll be the G2 crew on this front. So I mean, what about players? Who are we watching out for here?
Okay, well, we've waxed lyrical about the G2 players, so let's give some love to the 9 Pandas players, because there are, again, some crazy good players on this roster. Fatal, right? Elizabeth, Victoria. There is so much talent. We spoke about how they've played Valorant previously, but they came back to Counter-Strike. This is their home ground. This is where they absolutely shine. And you can even see it in, like, their KDs. I think most of them are, like, above 1.0 KD. It's unreal how good these ladies have been. Okay, Victoria, the headshot percentage is a little bit lower, but that's because she's going to be the AWPer. You don't need to hit the head when you have that gun in your hands. You just have to, well, be somewhat accurate, and she's pretty damn accurate with it. So really looking forward to seeing how that's going to match up against the G2 ladies again here today.
Yeah, they've all been looking fantastic. I mean, Tati has obviously been the most experienced player on their squad. I'm excited to see what she's going to be able to do coming into here, because if she's not able to obviously be there for her team, there's going to be a lot of, I guess, like empty areas that obviously the squad like Fatal and Elizabeth are going to have to fill in for. So hopefully it's not going to come down to having to depend on one player. But if it does, I think Tati's going to be that player on their side. I mean, she's the opener for their squad. She's going to be the one trying to open up the sites, get those entry kills, coming through. Some of her nade placement in some of the games I've been watching throughout Impact has been really solid as well. So I'm excited for them. Obviously, you mentioned Victoria, her orphan as well has been on point. There has been points where I'm a little bit worried about that, but on the other side, oh, we might be able to actually dive right into game. But on the other side, AWPers on G2. I mean, that's Giuliano, but she's mainly been used in, well, the AK.
Yeah, I suppose it becomes situational. You've got to really weigh up the pros and cons and seeing exactly when is going to be the right time to whip that out. So looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Because again, I mean, she's also one of those players who's kind of a carry. Between her and Zaz, they're going to be the ones really putting up numbers, really putting up multi-kills. So you got to weigh that up. Do you go for the AWP for the potential of maybe 1 or 2 shots, or do you go AK and you just get like 4 kills around?
Well, we're going to be diving into the action here on Mirage, the first map. The execution's already coming through over towards the A site. Shots going to be ringing through. Kisu's unable to hit those shots right off the bat. Not exactly what you want to be seeing. The aggressive push coming in from Zaz towards jungle at the moment. No death between the players. Fatal, the first one to take any damage. The bomb goes down. 9 Panda's going to have to go in for the retake here. Victoria's in a good counter position. If she can swing out and get the skill, it'd be great, but Zaz definitely has the advantage in this, but she's going to be swinging over towards the CT position, going in for the backstab, and that's going to be not read by the opposition as well. Fatal going straight up. Giuliano's going to make her presence known. P250 in hand. Gets a couple of shots off, some damage as well. Zaz going to be looking to go in for the swing out towards the players on this site, and they're going to be destroying Victoria. Is going to be able to get a trade off, but the bomb is being defused in the smoke. G2 got the bomb down, got the extra cash in the bag, but Pandas, they're ninjas at heart.
Oh, that came down so much to timing. Like, I love G2's positioning there, right? You have Zaz lurking all the way through their spawn, trying to come up behind them to deny that defuse from coming through, but she's too slow. And the few players that are still on site aren't able to get anything done. They're busy being contested by the other 9 Pandas players. So this was a really good retake to keep G2 busy and allow that to happen.
Yeah, we barely even noticed it happening. Elizabeth pushes into mid, gets the first kill, has to back off, tag down to 56. Giuliano going down that early isn't going to be making them very happy. 3 Galils, Mac 10, decent amount of utility considering their situation. Victoria's going to be peeking in, does get spotted out, but doesn't get hit. Manka falls without being able to hit a single bullet there. Good initial push and play from 9 Pandas. This round is crucial for G2 of being able to try and keep their economy afloat, as they have purchased straight into the second round out to getting that bomb down. Standard play. Oh, Crazy's already made her way up. AK in hand. She can spot a head out or two. It'd be great. There we go. First kill comes through. Kesu's able to take her Kyosa, though. That is not looking good. And Victoria gets the trade from CT. Just fantastic positioning from these players. Zaz, last one left alive. Wondering where her team's gone. She's going to be able to catch a player off guard. Hits the headshot. Waiting for retaliation, but none has happened yet. She's still got the bomb. There is a chance she can go get this planted. That may well help recover some of the economy, but it's not over yet. If there's one player on the server that could pull this 1v4 off, it's definitely going to be her. Already taking it down to a 1v3. early shots. It's not going to work. The Galil's just not going to be accurate enough, and Victoria hits the headshot. Third kill this round. Fantastic plays coming out from this team.
And Giuliano getting caught out in the open and dying first is a huge blow to G2, right? She's the one that needs to crack open the site, and she tries to get an early pick for herself, but getting taken down and then the follow-up kill as well just means that they're already at a huge deficit. Victoria, great positioning there for that one. And valiant attempt from Zaz, and at least, like you said, they do get that bomb down. So there's that little bit of extra cash they have, and they're going to need it because after forcing into that last round, it's a little bit of lost streak, not much. And that extra little bit from the bomb. And so now it's just upgraded pistols. And I'm expecting something a little bit more explosive this round. And yes, we can see them kind of posturing over towards A.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job of being able to get into the site. Obviously, they had a heavy presence over towards A in that previous round. So I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to do this time around with just pistols and the execution. Victoria going for the spray through the smoke. Not going to connect on any of the players immediately. Obviously, KC's as well going to have to play a little bit more passively. Victoria with the molly does get a kill, but the bomb has gone down. That's going to be third round in a row. Another smoke as well, trying to cut off that jungle position. Good, very good. Elizabeth going to be pushing in with their teammates. It is their advantage. KC's going to be able to take down two. Headshot's going to be ringing out. Should be theirs to be able to win. It's just really about G2 trying to do as much damage to the economy as they can, and the shots finally ring out. One kill and the bomb going down. Is that going to be enough for to try and hold up their economy here, Sam?
Not really. I mean, they'll be able to buy into this next round, great. And so it's all dependent on whether or not they can win this round. If they win this round, sure, then they have a chance. They can float that economy. They can start to make something happen. If they can't win this round, it's a 4-round loss streak bonus, which is not much. So they're going to be in a very, very precarious situation at the moment, and it's going to be very important how they choose to approach this. And speaking of approaches, I love how 9Pandas approach this. They play for retake. They're like, cool, G2, take the space. No worries. We are now going to push into you, and we're going to delete you.
First initial damage. Manka's going to get tagged down. The information's there for the player sitting in towards the connected position. Good nade onto Manka from Fatal. But it's not a kill. G2 still alive and kicking. I spoke too soon. Giuliano, again, going to be one of the first to fall. I think that's at least 2 rounds now where she's been the first kill. First death on G2's side. It's not looking so good. I'm getting some vibes from the last time they played against each other here, Sam, and those vibes are not good for them.
Well, bearing in mind, this is usually G2's ban. They opted to ban Ancient instead because they had a really rough time on it. But Ancient, Overpass, your perma-ban, whichever one you play on, you're going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, 16-2, you can't blame them from going onto this map. We're still very early doors, so my negativity is only held so far. Zaz catches Fatal off. Good initial kill. Allows them to take the advantage within regards to the power hit. Well, 9Pandas still have solid position here. MK2 in a good backstab position, denies the bomb plant, but does fall in the process. Manga, good trade off there. It's going to allow them to get a little bit of extra information, knowing that they're potentially now not going to get backstabbed. Being able to plant in a slightly different position towards that connector spot. Crazy's going to be the main player, looking to hold that off here. So in towards Palace, goes over the peak, on towards the AWP play, gets the damage, but not the kill. That was a crucial moment for them to fall. Victoria, 23 HP, but still with AWP in hand. Crazy's going to pull out the flash, can drop to Tati. The peak comes out from Kirisa, and they just crumple under the pressure. Bad peaks at the wrong times.
These retakes, they're unreal. I also realized I said some silly things. My brain was like fast forwarded to Overpass. We're still on Mirage. Forgive me, I'm really excited. This was in fact G2's pick, and we had kind of spoken about this yesterday, the possibility of this coming through and about how it's a map that G2 would understand on a really good level. So despite the fact that they're still working out some synergistic kinks, their individual skill would be able to kind of help carry them through, right? But so far, those post plants have been very messy, and I think that that's what 9Pandas are leaning on. They know that the synergy isn't quite there, so they allow the bomb to get planted and they just collapse in.
Yeah, really well played. Victoria not going down there after the spray from Kira, so it's definitely going to be devastating to G2. I think if they've been able to get that kill, it might have been some potential. That's the fact that Juliano has been going down so early on has been such a painful blow to their ability to be able to capture these rounds. This mid, they're just giving it. 9 Pandas turns and is like, yeah, it's free real estate. And they charge on down, take it, but it's just a trap. Elizabeth holding this angle. I don't think she saw them, but the smoke's going to go out nonetheless. Giuliano going over the spray through the smoke. Does connect, but doesn't get the kill. Elizabeth going to get flashed off, but going to be able to pick up the first kill. Giuliano's going to be the first one to go down as well. Zaz follows quickly. Grazi's going to be able to find one, but the trade's coming out from Tati. On site, she falls. Manka gets the kill. They get the bomb down. They find 2 all-important kills. They're still going to be in a disadvantage. Bomb goes down. As a bomb plant every single round so far. Going in toward the peak as well. Maga hits the headshot. Fatal falls in towards apartments. Casey's going to be creeping along. From Market, we've got Victoria. She's going to be the last player left alive. This could be the first round for G2 side. And it all rests on the shoulder of the AWP player here. Victoria, she's made her presence known. Jumps out of the marketplace there. AWP in hand. No rifle available for her to pick up without making too much noise. She's been spotted. The swing should come through. She has spotted them. She's looking to play aggressive here. Tried to deny them any ability to survival, but they get the kill on her. Pick up the AWP if they so wish. No. Opting not to.
There it is, right? Like, and I think that this is the best decision to make, right? Giuliano's having a really rough time. 9 Panda are really focusing in their attention on her. They're not allowing her to play the game. So it wouldn't really make sense for her to pick up that AWP, and especially because they are on that T side. This was a much better post plant. I will say the utility usage from 9 Panda as the execute came in was so good to like blind out those players. Getting those first few initial kills, fantastic. But the last 2 players managed to hold it down really, really nicely. Ooh.
Zaz right away gonna be going down. They try charging down mid. They're so used to having the free ability just to move down in this position. Maybe a little bit silly on that front, but oh, Grassy missing that headshot. That is going to be a painful one to live with. Nade comes through, only does 16 points of damage. It's nothing to worry too much about, although versus these M4s it may well be. Giuliano, Flash going to be going out, doesn't hit anything. Fatal pushes through the smoke. She doesn't care. She's got no chill. Manka with the trade-off. Good work. But they've lost 2 players. Giuliano going down just right away again. This is not a good situation for them to be in. Manka still alive. Krezzy's going to be going down. Elizabeth with another kill on the board. 5-3 at the moment. She's doing a lot of good work for her team. Victoria 2. Although I think Victoria's got 2 kills with AWP so far. The rest were with the rifles or pistol. Kairos going to be going in, leading the charge here. There's only 2 of them left, Manka and Kairos. They've been spotted. The shot comes through, but Victoria only hits the legs. That's not going to be enough. Kairos, smokes are going to be going out. Good position here. If they decide to cross on over, she has the angled covered. They only have one place they could go in for the plant. Mac is going in for clear. Keep in mind, she's got the bomb in hand at the moment. Elizabeth going in for the peak. Aggressive with Tati as well. Looking to go and find the opening kill. They're going to get the kill before it even gets planted. Brutal. First round, I don't think it's going to get planted. Really well played by Panda.
Yeah, this is the first time that they completely deny that plant entirely, and that is bad news bears for G2. Long term, this economy is becoming very, very ratty. They were able to get a nice round for themselves, but that's the only time that they've really hit onto the B site, and it worked out quite nicely. For the rest, it's been very much A hit after A hit, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe we shouldn't see a little bit more of a pressure towards that B site. Maybe even, I don't know, fake with a little bit of util on A, right? They've conditioned it. Try that B hit, and it looks like, well, that's what they're going to do.
So if it works, they're still going to place some players down in towards that mid position. Tati in towards apartments. She's got a good position here to try and catch them off guard. Oh, she's going to get tagged through the smoke. Her arm was probably spotted. For the barrel of the gun. Sam, this is not the G2 I wanted to be seen on Mirage, mate.
It's certainly a devastating start to this adventure. Maybe they could pick it up, right? As you say, it's still early doors.
We've barely had enough time to have too much banter because it's been all fast action. They've been charging down mid, they've been going on to A, B, they've just been going absolutely mad. This time round, it's a little bit of a slower approach. Giuliano is still alive after the minute mark. That's a change. Oh, Manka steals the kill away, takes Fatal down. Kill. First kill goes in their way. Second as well. Kirisa makes quick work of this player. The economy is in the gutter, so they really need this round. Tati pushing over towards Connector at the moment, but unfortunately for her, gets caught off guard. Zaz is there. All of a sudden, 9 Panda is going to get torn apart. They're still going in for the peak. It's going to be another kill for Zaz. Fantastic work. Elizabeth going down. Victoria's going to be the last one left alive in a 1v5. First kill goes her way. She has to play aggressive here to try and find some early kills. Let's try and even up this these terrible odds she's got. She has no idea that Juliana is going to be around this corner. She has to peek it carefully, and she goes for the no-scope straight to the stomach. I think you just have to go for the save on this run. It's going to be super difficult for her to do too much. They don't have any money in the bank because G2 have been doing a good job of being able to whittle that down.
Yeah, they've kept a lot of these rounds relatively expensive, so that means that gotta try and hold on to some of that cash where possible. This was a really cool round though, because so I was talking about maybe faking A because of that conditioning and then going B. Instead, they actually do the opposite. They make some noise on B, wait for some of those rotations to come in through mid because they know 9 Panda have a pretty good presence in mid. And as soon as 9 Panda start that rotation, they just start whittling away at those players one after another. And then they realize, well, everybody's rotated over, so we're just gonna head back towards A. This is a great plan. Get that bomb down, round secured. It's exactly what they needed for themselves. 2 rounds in the bag here. Gonna have a little bit of extra cash as well because they managed to come through that round, not with all players left alive, but with a decent number. So at least they've got that extra bit of cash to play with. Victoria did some serious work, but unfortunately not quite enough. And this is starting to show some life from our G2 ladies. A nice buy coming through here. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, being able to win this round should really open them up to be able to get a couple of rounds on the board. I don't know. I have seen some worrying signs from this side. Are they going to predict that there's going to be a bunch of players down in towards underpass? Potentially. But either way, they're going to be pushing over towards B. Flash are going to be coming through as well. Elizabeth going to be going in for the sneaky play up behind them. Looking to try and get the kill. That's going to be the bomb player as well. Smoking off. This means the bomb is completely cut off. And meanwhile, Victoria gets a kill. The AWP is looking good for them, and they've recovered a rifle as well. Maybe they haven't actually gone and picked that up yet. My mistake. Zaz trying to best now with the rest of her team to potentially try and pick this up. I just don't even know how this has ended up this way. It's been super unfortunate for them. The bomb player turning around, realizing that was unfortunate for her. A bunch of players pushing her. The kill not going their way on that front. It's going to be difficult. Curious is going to be pushing up, finds the first kill, going in for the second. The spray is going to be coming through. The AWP goes down. She's going to be picking up a triple of all things. This is recoverable. But Zaz, she's only got 34 seconds and 24 HP. Tati, AWP in hand. The bait shot comes through. She's going to hold this down. Gets the kill. 27 seconds. It's going to be a 1v1. Fatal. Now I'm going to try and save this from the clutches of G2. A desperate team who badly need this round. Who've lost all but one player. But they haven't lost hope, Sam.
At the very least, that bomb's going to get planted. And Zaz had some really nice movement there to duck and dive against that AWP. And she just could be the savior that G2 need right now. Fatal doesn't have a kit. I wonder if she'll be able to pick one up along the way. I don't think so. No, her entire team died up in Narnia. So this timing has to be perfect.
1v1. Fatal. 3 kills on the board at the moment. Let's see if she can make it 4. Like you said, no defuse kit. That's really going to be their Achilles heel here. She has very little time. Zaz. She may realize this. It'll be hard to tell. And there you go. The tap comes in, and she's playing it as cool as a cucumber. Player pushing over towards her. She heard the footsteps, gets the kill, and manages to survive as well. This is the Zaz we know and love.
I mean, that's what we've been waiting for. Those hero plays, that's what we expect from this player. And honestly, Elizabeth, this push with Victoria, so cheeky. So cheeky. Like the expected push up towards B and then the backstab to hold onto that bomb for so long, and it almost worked. That's the craziest part. If Zaz wasn't such a phenomenal player in her own right, that very easily goes 9 Panda's way.
Yeah, I mean, I have to shout here, so she was the hero of that round alongside Zaz, as equally so. She managed to pick up those 3 kills. That brought them back into that round. Without that, no, nothing. We can, take a little bit of a chill time here, have a little bit of a banter back and forth, because this is a pistol round. USPs, a Zeus. I don't think it's going to be a shocking round.
Wee. Where's Hedge
Like-
when you need her?
Yeah, you never know. A couple of pistol kills here could be pretty good for them, but overall, 9 Pandas have been looking really good, but that last round has got, you know, it's brought some hope back in me for G2.
Oh. It's just a firing range, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. Kill comes through. That's a rifle recovered at least. And also a molly to heat things up. Don't think we can expect too much more. Tati and Elizabeth, last 2 players left alive at the moment. They're probably just going to, yeah, sit down on that couch and watch some TV. Go and chill. Zaz is actually going to go on a bit of a hunting mission. Tati's going to be there. the Zeus was launched towards her there, so she got that in her inventory. I'm sure she'll throw that away. They are going to be hunting down Elizabeth as well. This is a little bit unfortunate for her. Giuliano goes in for the spray, gets the kill, denies the rifle save, and picks up a little bit of extra utility for herself as well.
Yeah, there have been some really good adaptations so far, and breaking 9 Panda's economy a few rounds back certainly didn't hurt G2. Now, however, we're going to move back into a realm where 9 Pandas are able to buy in, and G2, of course, can't afford to get too confident just yet. They've managed to pick up 4 rounds. They've just about closed the gap between them and 9 Pandas, looking very, very good so far, but we need to see more follow-up. It can't end here. So let's see. We're looking at the A side again. Maybe they get better results this time.
A little bit less utility on the side of 9 Pandas. The barrage is going to be coming through. Keizu's going to be deep on side. Maka's going to be pushing in. The spray comes through. She misses a lot of her shots. She's going to get pushed. She goes down. But it's going to be a 2-for-1 situation because Victoria and Elizabeth, they pick up two kills of their own. Zaz and Kyosa going to be falling into the rifles of 9 Pandas. Oh, and AWP as well. Victoria coming up from behind. Giuliano has been no-scoped by this player before. I don't think she wants it to happen again. Victoria's going to be peeking around the corner. Her barrel's going to get shown. The headshot rings out. She falls, but so does Macron to side. Fatal gets the first kill. Cressy's in a great position, but unable to contend with Fatal shots there. Giuliano, the legend herself, going to be the last player left alive. The bomb is not planted for her.
Oh.
That is unfortunate. She goes for the peak, and Fatal has that on lock. 3rd kill of that round.
Yeah, honestly, Fatal, living up to her name. You do not want to meet her in a dark alley when she has an M4A1. I mean, to be fair, I think that's true of most people. But her in particular, incredibly skilled player there. Giuliano does a really good job, though, of isolating Victoria with that AWP, stopping her from being a part of that retake. And, of course, we're going to watch it in slow-mo because, of course, we are. But at the end of the day, it was a retake. 9 Panda, particularly with a numbers advantage, their retakes are so good. These post-morts from G2 have just been lackluster.
Yeah, I mean, that aim from Fatal right there, she was on point. This is what you want to see. Mac is going to be pushing down in towards mid. Victoria finds the first kill, but it's going to be Tati with the clap back. Finds 2. No, that was actually only 1. So their teammates are too fast and gets the kills themselves. I mean, these rounds are so fast. Kyosa all of a sudden is down to 1 player, and they have an idea where she is. The nade comes through. Okay, now they definitely know. She's going in for the tap, but Fatal's hungry. She wants to buff up her kills here. She's now going to be sitting on 8-8 thanks to that.
Solid work from the 9 Pandas squad. They have this map on lock. G2 struggling to find an entry point. I'm still kind of hoping to see a little bit of more B movement. Because again, like, we're seeing very little of it. I don't know if I'm just crazy. Maybe it's just because they're doing really well at shutting that down. And then G2 are like, well, B's off the table. Guess we got to head back to A. But, I mean, round after round, it's just A hit after A hit. And I'd like to see a stronger attempt towards that B. Not this round. It's going to be a pistol rush because they have no money, unfortunately. But maybe into the next round.
We've seen them do good work on their pistols before. Let's see if they can do it again. Although I'm a little bit concerned. There's going to be a lot of rifles sitting their way. And there we go. Okay, so he's going to be able to pick up a couple of kills here. Has to pull out the USP to finish the job. Not going to happen though. Giuliano's going to be able to get a kill. Victoria, be careful. There's going to be a barrage of players coming your way. You've only got USP. It does come out in handy. But you're going to have to back away from the situation and reconsider what's going on. Oh, Ninja's going to get burnt. Kyosa goes down and the bomb does not get planted. But Giuliano, she found 2 kills.
Making some moves. Not bad on a pistol round. Trying to keep that economy low, but again, we're round 13. Only a few rounds left here for G2 to make some magic happen. And to be fair, if they can string the next 3 rounds together, they go into the half with a really good scoreline, all things considered. And it's definitely doable, right? We know that these are very good players. They have the capability, but it's that synergistic issue that they're clearly still working through, getting that communication on point. But they have a chance here. That was a very early start to the round. Replays weren't even done yet, ladies.
Yeah, calm down. Have a little bit of a chill pill, but never mind. It's going to be 3 players off the board right away. Manka's dead. Fatal's dead. K2 as well. This may actually place G2 in a solid position to try and take this round. Because Fatal and K2, they've definitely been being able to get some crucial kills here. But Elizabeth, Victoria, fantastic jury here, have been doing amazing work. B is going to be coming through. They're going to be making their way out. Victoria, sorry, that was actually Tati, has been spotted. Smoke goes down. She's trying to play around this. Going to have to try and spray this player through the box, but she doesn't take the shots. Doesn't quite hear. Up in towards Parliament. She finds one. Bench though. Krasny's going to be able to get that kill. Take some shots over towards the short as well. Get some damage, but not the kill. Such low HP on G2's side. All it's going to take is a single bullet from these guns, and there we go, straight through the smoke. Zaz falls. Must be frustrating. Elizabeth's going to be playing on side, finds another one. It's going to be Kyoto, last player left alive in a 1v2. She can't do it, Elizabeth. She's been doing such good work here on this round. That's a 4-kill placement on that round. 9 rounds for them.
And if you're G2 at that point, you're heartbroken. 4 players left alive, but with such limited HP, bombed down in position, and 9 Panda, who came through pretty healthy in this retake. Not even a little bit concerned. Victoria even came through for this retake with an AWP. She did eventually pull out the USPS, as we saw there in the replay, because, well, trying to retake with an AWP can be a little difficult. But they make it work again. G2 yet to pick up a 5th round.
Yeah, they're just struggling. 14th round at the moment. They have to try and get 6 rounds of the ball total if they can. Giuliano falls. The tray comes out. Elizabeth goes down, but, well, Tati is able to take the kill onto Zaz, who was able to take down Fatal in that moment as well. Tati's still playing aggressive. A little bit too over eager Beaver. She falls, so does Keisu. And now Victoria's last one left alive in a 1v3. This is not looking good. They know where she is as well. At least I thought they had. They are still going to be playing aggressive over towards her position at the moment. She's going to be checking down in towards mid. She has little information aside from a flash came in towards her face there. She picks up a rifle. That wouldn't have been heard from where these players were. The flash, though, does give away the game. So she's going to be peeking up in towards Connector. She catches Macro off guard, goes over the peak. A little bit too aggressive here, potentially. There's a player right next to her. She has to check these angles. She doesn't. Kyoso gets the kill. That's going to be another round on the board here, Sam. They badly needed that one. And 1 more to go.
Quite a few lives lost in that battle, and unfortunately that means it's going to be quite the reinvest here for G2. But at the end of the day, yes, they do get that 5th round, and that's going to help springboard them a little bit. Yeah, this was a good play from G2 as well, playing slightly more passive towards mid, expecting 9 Pandas to maybe get a little bit more cheeky, a little bit more in their face, and they shut it down quite quickly. Last round in the half, as you mentioned, last chance for G2 to get a decent score into the second.
Final round, final chance here. G2, they badly need this, but that is not the start you want to be going with. Zaz, the first one to fall. AK is upgraded here for Manka. Manka's been doing decently well, but she's also been a little bit quiet at times. It's really post-plant. She's been doing very, very well on Giuliano. With that Molly, he's going to be giving away one of the players' positions, but good counter utility going to be coming out from 9 Pandas. Denying them that position in towards apartments. They can't play aggressive as of yet. Smoke is going to be down in towards them as well. Almost left in top mid. Giuliano picks it up, goes in towards this mid position. Peeking into window. Victoria with the AWP. She's going to be a key player here. Looking to try and deny them the entry point from ramp and from that connected position. Saying that. Fatal. She's now in that jungle spot at the moment. Flash comes out as well. They've smoked off the connector position. Elizabeth finds the first kill. Manka goes down, picking in for a second one as well. That's going to be the bomb. It's lost. Krezzy's in B apartments, but completely the wrong position here for the bomb. It's now lost. Curse is going to be left in 1v4. B apartments. The bomb is placed on short at the moment. This is not looking good for them. They should have heard these footsteps as well. Tati is going to be in a good counter spot. Absolutely fantastic. Well played from the side of 9 Panda. I mean, G2, they picked this map, Sam. They knew it was a risk. I'm excited to see how they do going into the second half. We're going to hop into a quick break after some highlights, and we'll be back with you soon. All right, welcome back. That was an explosive first half if I've seen any. Sam, what do you make of it?
Yeah, explosive is definitely the word. It was a very quick half, it felt like, and that's because there were a lot of very, very fast plays. There wasn't a lot of passivity from G2, and honestly, I wonder if that might not have been part of the problem. But as we move on to their CT side, again, you're kind of thinking maybe there should be some passivity here. We'll find out in a moment if that's what they're going to go with, or if instead they're going to play a far more explosive CT.
Pistol round, 9 Pandas. If they can collect this one in the bag, at least get the bomb down. You'd expect good things for them, but G2, this is their map pick. They want to try and answer back. Trying to win this one out. It is their chance. The bomb looking to go down. It's going to be putting money in the bank for sure. Victoria spots out play over towards Straw. Get some shots out, but no damage. Or maybe actually just a little. Giuliano Just trying to find this first initial peak. Spots out the player, but unfortunately loses their life, unable to survive. Now Elizabeth still going to be peeking in, going to be able to get a double kill. If I'm right in saying it's actually one of the players was stolen away, but now Fatal, Victoria, last two players left alive. Manka's going to be low on the CT side. Zaz is going to have to do a lot of leg room here. The bomb, it may well get defused. She runs out of bullets. She's going to have to go for more shots. Turns around, gets the headshot. Not this time, G2. That is Panda's game style.
Okay, I kind of lost it there for a second, particularly because I thought both of those shots came from the same player, and I was like, what? Okay, no, it was two players. I looked at the kill feed, and I suppose I could calm myself down a little bit, but that was really well played. I mean, that was almost a replica of that first round where we saw that ninja defuse come through, but no, 9 Panda not gonna allow that to happen. It is just a pistol round, but that is an important pistol round for 9 Pandas to win. That gets them to 11. They are able to heavily buy into this, and unfortunately G2 gonna put a bit of a force into this. Scout as well, and Scout on Manka as well. We were talking about how Giuliano is usually the AWPer, so could be interesting.
Yeah, quite often see other players play the Scout instead of the AWPer on these kind of rounds. Happens from time to time. I mean, they're different guns, different playstyle. Manka, though, has an opportunity to find at least initial damage, but the flash comes through. She's denied the opportunity, but gets a second chance. Misses, though. Goes in for a second, still unable to connect the shots. There's only a pixel or two showing. Victoria going in for the spray, going to be able to find a kill as well. On to Zaz. That is not looking so good here for the CT side. Not going to be able to get these initial kills. The damage does rain out. Victoria with the USP in hand is going to be playing aggressive towards the CT. Has got to be a little bit careful. A little bit too eager there. Giuliano is able to get that kill. Wow. Okay, so he's going to be still sitting in the same position. They could go for the double peek in. Giuliano gets the kill. All of a sudden, that's an AK up for grabs. They can go for this. Good movement from Fatal up in towards the ladder room here. Bomb looking to get planted. Should be safely planted, but the retakes are going to be coming through. First player is found. Second one as well. Fatal is on fire and also dead. Manka. Good shot. Going to have to make this jump across. No, doesn't even attempt it. Going to go pick up an AK from one of her players here. There was a smoke, but she actually has one, so doesn't need it.
Good round again from 9 Panda, right? And I mean, some crisp shots coming through there as well, right? Like Giuliano with that deagle, very well played. And it does quite a bit of damage, so they have put a dent in this 9 Panda bonus, but at the end of the day, again, it's another round on the board. We talk about that too little, too late situation. We love to talk about how economy can get affected, but at this point, what G2 needs more than anything is rounds on the board. Taking guns away is less important. Damaging economy is less important. They have to actually start putting up numbers. Now, however, into this round, this is where things start to get a little concerning because, again, they forced into that last round. So, again, they're going to be on a little bit of wonky cash. It's going to be a less than ideal purchase, if at all. And 9 Pandas, sure, they're going to have to reinvest in, but they're comfortable. They're confident.
We have had confirmation from the famous Lucy Chaos that G2 are just switching up the AWP player, depending on the map, which makes sense. Kind of what we have been seeing, because there's no one player that's truly dominant aside from Giuliano with her kills, and even then, they're only 13% of her total kills. Meanwhile, Krasi is going to have an opportunity to get a kill, but fails. Tati stays alive. Not for long, because Zaz is there. Sharp with the deagle to the head. Gets that Huandig. And we love a no. Elizabeth going to be holding down this short position. Bomb is getting planted. Default position at the moment. Good use of utility coming out from 9 Pandas. She's going to... Well, Elizabeth going to get met with a barrage of players. She's going to be able to find the first kill. No, she gets denied. Manka gets that kill. Fatal's going to be in a good counter position for late game play here, as long as it's not checked immediately. And that's all going to be down to Kesu trying to go in for the defensive position here, but now Fatal trying to decide if she has to play for the early shots. She does. She goes in for the first kill, goes in for the second one as well. What is going on? She fell down and one of her straight bullets hit Manka in the toe.
That was offsides, all right? That was so out of pocket. G2 had every right to come out on top of that one. 3 players barreling in towards Fatal, and yeah, Fatal just has some stray bullets go burr. I think that if you're G2, you're absolutely kicking yourself at the end of that, because you can see this, right? They're so bunched up. And she just sprays through all of them. It's so much worse from that angle.
It's just about that. Oh, Banker, first kill. That's looking good. Giuliano with one on site, going for the double as well. Fantastic work. All of a sudden, this round has legs on it. Gets a triple kill of all things. Keisu, last one left alive, and she's left with nothing whatsoever to work with. Wow. We talked about this, the fact that it's explosive rounds. This time, I mean, 9 Pandas on their T side, they're trying to copy what G2 did on theirs, and I mean, potentially they should know better because they're able to defend against it. Keisu, oh, wait, hang on.
What?
Pull your gun out, mate.
Worst part is that she had her gun out. and then she didn't. Ooh. Yeah, no, that round was over before it even began. The attempt at a very, very fast hit towards A, and obviously Manka getting that first hit, she can communicate that over to Giuliano, like, yo, I spotted one up towards apartments, like, you gotta watch that, up towards Palace, you gotta keep an eye on that, and she's able to swing out, get a beautiful 3K, and that completely shuts that down. We said they needed points on the board. This is the start they needed, and yes, Manka picking up that AWP. See what she can get done with it here.
Well, Cress is going to be in a good position to try and save this, as well as Zaz. Good placement of a utility, going to save her teammate, and Cress is going to be able to take the players down in towards apartments. Looking at it for a second one as well. She has to be careful. The player's going to be going over the backstab. She's missing the shots. Far too many missed. She's going to get punished as well. And now Giuliano and Kaisera, the last players left alive. The bomb goes down, and all of a sudden, 9 Pandas are looking quite comfortable and set into their place. But Giuliano, she's looking to uproot them. Try and take this side back here. So it gets flashed out. Peaks a little bit too early. Otherwise, would have been able to get that kill onto Elizabeth, you'd imagine. Just see her peeking in, and Victoria with the kill. There we go. Really well played coming in from 9 Pandas. Nice attempts from G2, but not going to be good enough.
Let's just remember the fact that that was essentially upgraded pistols from 9 Pandas. But that's a little cheeky. And they still managed to do so freaking well on it. And that is a concerning sign, I think, for G2 just kind of in general. And obviously a lot of these final kills, right? Victoria has that op. She's able to get into a nice position there. So that opens up a lot as well. But G2 realistically should have won that one.
They definitely had the opportunity to, but a little bit unfortunate. We move on. Manka on that short position, going to be facing off against a multitude of players at the moment. Decide not to pick up against this Victoria player. Now it's got the AWP, and she's been on point of this. 21 kills at the moment. She's been brutalizing the opposition. Giuliano smoking towards Palace. There's actually no one there for that to do anything against. She doesn't know that. Keisu in towards Raplo. There is a player who's going to be lurking. She gets the kill. Keisu falls down. Good headshot. Short seems to be the contender here. Manka looks off to the wrong position, expecting them to be pushing through Connector. It doesn't work. Victoria, even though she's flashed, has to time it down. Spots out the player, gets the kill. Now Zaz on site. She's so crucial for this. She has to batter them back. First kill comes through, but the player from Apartments gets the kill. Tati. It's going to make this even more difficult for G2 to try and come into this with a recovery. This could be the 15th round of the board here for 9 Pandas. Victoria with the AWP. We might just see Giuliano walk straight into the crosshairs. There we go. A flick is needed. Keisu, the last one alive now, and well, she has to try and dodge around the same AWP she knows is now towards that short position. She can't even get this first kill. Tati swings around, picks up the kill, and well, overall, 9 Pandas just looking so dominant.
The worst part of this is, of course, with this being map point, and G2 have like no money. It's going to be a very, very broken attempt at a buy. And what makes it even worse is that even on their buy rounds, they've still really struggled. 9 Pandas look like a team that understand these maps to such a good degree. Map control is on point. Utility has been exceptional. Oh, dear.
Early aggression comes through. I thought Tati might be able to battle them back, but unable to. Victoria going to be jumping in towards the window position as well. And if this wasn't noticed, this could be the end of them. Zaz picked out by the AWP, and Victoria's just still going to play aggressive along with her teammate coming out from Palace. They gets the kills, and now it's going to be a 3. Oh no, never mind, 3v3. This is recoverable, but Giuliano only has 8 HP. Keep that in mind. It's going to be a peek coming through. The shot from the AWP rings out, but does not connect. G2 are struggling to find a purchase into this, and they've only got 6 rounds on the board. This is the map point here for 9 Pandas. Victoria, they've swung around through the smoke. Crassie's in a decent position. First headshot comes through, goes in for another one. Too greedy. She got a fall on the bomb. Still in the hands of 9 Pandas. They can still go in for the plant at the moment. They know that Juliana is probably going to be low. The flick comes in. Victoria's just so dominant with this gun at the moment. Manka's being spotted, then the headshot comes out. That's going to be a GG. Well played. 9 Pandas taking the win in a dominant fashion. 16-6 Sam. I mean, wow. That is going to be painful.
Yeah, we saw some really good ideas coming out of G2 for sure. We saw some really good mechanical plays on individual skill level, but coming up against 9 Pandas who have the individual skill, who have the set plays, who have that synergy in place, G2 just falls short.
I was expecting a lot more from these players. Obviously, we had our concerns, but I thought on Mirage, you know, at least this is a fairly it's a well-known map. It's the only map that's been played through, I think, nearly all the majors as well, and it's the one that's been in the competitive pool for a long time, so kind of expect these players to be fairly versatile on it, but they are a new team here, Sam. This is their 6th match together, if I'm right in saying.
That it is, and well, that's going to wrap up our first map, folks. We're going to head it over to the analyst after this break. Or not?
No, we're going to stay on and talk about some things for a little bit longer. That's fine.
I think I caught them off guard a little bit, but yeah, I think there's been some really impressive play from these players on a very individual level, like I said a little bit earlier on, and I'm pretty excited to see how that second map is going to go. Again, that's usually G2's perma ban, which they've allowed to come through in order to ban out Ancient instead.
Well, now we can throw to a break. We'll see you guys in a bit, or actually the analyst will, but hope to see you soon in the second matchup.
Every day it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. One map into our women's Counter-Strike tournament and a twitchy start for G2, let's just say that. And I mean, Steph, I'm going to come to you because earlier on in the show, in the pre-show leading up to our first map, we already did discuss that this is kind of what you expected coming out of the gates on day one, am I right?
Yeah, no surprise. I think the surprise might have been that the game wasn't as close as we expected. I thought that G2 would have a little bit more depth in their gameplay, but at the same time, it was Mirage. Mirage is always a very random map. I feel if you lose the momentum and the economy is not on your side, that's when it gets really hard. And Nine Pandas had a really good start of in this game.
It really did. I mean, as you can see in some of these highlights from the map, these will get you up to speed in case you missed any of the first map. But Sapphire, did you notice what's the main difference maker after seeing this? You know, you have a keener eye than I do for this kind of stuff. Tell me what you think the key difference maker between the two teams is at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and Sam talked about it, like great utility usage from Nine Pandas, really isolating fights because of that utility. All of the players were performing really strong. Obviously, Victoria, Elizabeth, Fatal with a number of different clutches there were standouts. On the other side, like props to players like Manka. Manka is, as we talked about, a newer player playing alongside these veterans. She had some really great moments from herself, but again, if you look at the end of the day, it was really just strong gameplay from Nine Pandas. They're just a rock on this map. They just look very, very comfortable, I think, is the key here.
We think we've got the head-to-head graphic on your screens right now. So were there any kind of surprises along the way, Steph? And like, why did you guys choose to kind of have these two head-to-head?
Well, they're definitely both the upper on each teams. And Manka is, from what we saw, Lucy just interviewed Giuliano on our podcast, but as well as the pre-show interview with Krasi. Manka is right now their upper on Mirage and potentially their main upper on all maps. But as you can see, she's still getting comfortable. If you compare the impact of Victoria, who's been the upper for so long on Nine Pandas, like if you just take a look at the ADR, you see how crucial the difference was. But also you have to note that Manka wasn't able to buy a lot of ops in this game. That's why her headshot percentage is so high. She had to play with a rifle most of the rounds because their economy was so broken.
And I'll just quickly add too, like Victoria was just winning all of her opening duels. I think she was 7-2 on opening duels. I mean, just giving her team an early advantage many of the rounds.
I feel like also something that Tom and Sam kept touching on during the opening map was just pace of play. It felt like G2 were possibly rushing into things as well. Nine Pandas, it felt like they had a bit more control, right, Steph?
Yeah, I also have that in my notes, so that's good that you mentioned it. Like, I feel that the pacing, when the pacing was slowed down on their T side, G2 was able to really more have these aim duel, which at the moment they seem to be on top of a lot of them. But unfortunately, as soon as they accelerated the pace or went with their strat book, 9Pandas just was better. They had more synergy, better retakes. The amount of time that Sam mentioned, oh, the retakes for 9Panda are so sick. It's because they were sick every time the bomb was planted. If it was a 3v3 situation, 9Panda came back on top. And if they planted the bomb, it was kind of the same. So post-plant situations went almost all in 9Panda's favor. So when it came down to slowing these rounds, I wish we saw more of that from G2, because at the moment, that's pretty much all they could rely on.
Well, Sapphire, for map number 2, we're going to be heading over to Overpass shortly. So what did G2 have to do to really switch this round, to turn things around for themselves and, you know, level it out so we can go to a map 3?
Not pick this map to be, or not allow this map to go through to begin with. You know, we talked about it at the front of the show. Like they wanted to get rid of Ancient because of the bad vibes of the ESL Impact match where it was just an absolute disaster, which means that Overpass had to be let through. And again, Overpass is another map that 9Pandas is very comfortable on. It was just a little over a week ago that they took a strong win over Big to qualify for LAN. That was a huge moment. Whereas G2 hasn't picked up a win on this map since this roster came together. So all things are looking like 9Pandas should win this map. However, again, we've talked about it. G2 are veterans. They know how to do it when their tournament lives are on the line. So who knows? Maybe, you know, the veterans can get a jump start here and help us to get to a map 3.
And I also want to add that they're starting on the CT side. G2 is starting CT side. And we saw some glimpse of hopes at the end of Mirage, where a lot of individual plays were coming in. Giuliano with the triple. Like, we saw some players able to really rely on their experience with these angles. So I'm hoping that we're going to see a stronger start, which will lead to a closer game.
Well, quickly, Sapphire, we talked about, you know, if G2's backs are up against the wall, they can pull things out of the bag. We've talked about pace of play. So would it be in G2's, you know, best interest to slow down the pace of play? Because it seems like at the beginning of map 1, when G2 decided to slow things down, they actually got a lot more out of each and every round. Do we feel like that's something they can do on Overpass?
I think so. You know, I'm a little torn because I also like the aggressiveness and the confidence. Like, we've seen that from these players in the past. We want them to come out firing and feel like they're the better team and kind of try to plow them over. But again, they looked really good when it was slowed down and tactical, and they were winning those aim duels. So maybe that's the play as we look into Overpass.
Okay. Well, oh yes. Go,
yeah,
please.
No, I think I'm also worried a little bit on G2's T side just because of gimmicky plays that 9Panda can do on Overpass. It's such a map where you can just have strats on the CT side, right? And just be comfortable and go and break completely the T side strategy and momentum. So I'm a little worried for G2.
Well, it's time to lock it in. Whether or not they've had a constructive chat behind the scenes, it is time for G2 to pull it together if they're going to remain in this competition. So it's time to head over to our casters, Sam and Tom, to bring us into map number 2. Let's go.
Well, thank you very much, Branks, as per usual. An absolutely fantastic analyst segment. And, you know, I just loved Heather's brutal approach to that. What do you make of it, Sam?
That was amazing. Heather has no chill, for anyone that didn't know that. I was having great fun listening to the analysts. I got my grapes. I don't have popcorn. I'm trying to be healthy. And I'm like munching my grapes and I'm going, yep, that. Preach. These girls know what they're talking about. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this next map is going to go because, again, I echo the concerns of the desk, right? This is the map that G2 usually bans out. Starting on the CT side could give them a little bit of a boost, at least in the first half. But there's every possibility that 9Pandas will come onto their CT side and just knock it out the park.
Yeah, you have to wonder what kind of like hope is there for G2 in this. And I think there's a lot, but that's me being hopeful. We both made the prediction that G2 were going to be able to come through this swinging, that Mirage was going to be a map that, you know, I mean, I say default map, and it kind of is. It's one that everyone should have down and be able to play mass like very well, but it seems like they've struggled on that front. The pacing was off. They were pushing into things far too fast, and they were getting punished for it. Juliano and Zaz were, I think, majority of the time the first deaths on their team each time, which does make sense in the fact that they are the entry players on their team, but it's still going to be disastrous where you have to come down to these clutch moments, and when you don't have these star players alive, you have to depend on these more sort of fresh players. But either way, we're going to be diving into the action here on Overpass, the second map in this best of 3. I'm not sure if we'll get to the third one, but if we do, I'm sure it'll be hype.
And I'm looking forward to seeing Manka have another opportunity to actually get that AWP out. Here on the CT side, there's a lot of potential, especially if they can really get that economy off the ground, start running away with it. But of course, it all starts here with this pistol.
We'll see how fast paced this one is. G2 starting out on the CT side, as Steph was saying. Maybe this gives them a glimmer of hope, but have to wait and see. Crassie's going to be first one, looking to contend with them from ABC. Going to be back in a radar from this. Victoria going to be playing aggressive towards this as well. Looking to try and hunt down these players. Missing the first shot, but gets the information. Manka going to be coming in from behind, looking to try and deny the bomb plant, but unable to see the player because it's planted in perfection. And now Fatal pushed up, goes down. Giuliano, good headshot. Retake. It's in place. There is a defuse kit on Crassie's side. They have to keep that in mind. Kyrus is going to be able to get that kill over towards Kyusoo. Elizabeth, Victoria going to be chiming in. The 2-star players from last map going to be making the difference for their team, and not any longer. Victoria's going to be full in. Now Elizabeth and Tati from up above. They have got the sights on the bomb as well, but the bomb is looking to get defused. Crassie's last one left alive. 8 HP and a hope. But there, the shot comes out from Elizabeth. Really well played from 9 Pandas. The bomb goes off, and they've done their job.
Oh, that was so close again for G2. Like I have so much like empathy right now. Like I'm feeling that pain. They brought it down to a 3v3, and these shots being fired up from above, trying to get that angle right, trying to like aim in to try to crossfire that down. And to be fair, Crassie plays it well. She tries to time it. She's got the kit, so she's playing with that time a bit, and unfortunately cannot connect that last shot.
Should definitely have gone for that hold on the defuse. I think that was their only hope there. With having 2 players up in towards that heaven position, it's a little bit painful. But nonetheless, it was a good attempt, but not good enough. 9 Pandas. Good start to this half. This is their map pick, and there are questions around this map coming in, but there's no way they could let Ancient in after a 16-2 result where they got absolutely dominated. Victoria with the Mag-10 looking to go in for the first play here. It's going to be Kyrus with the Deagle, hits a shot, and well, Giuliano follows up with the MP9, and Manka. Headshot comes through. Takes Fatal down. This is a good start. If you've seen one from them, they may have lost 1 player, but getting those players down is going to be crucial. There's still an AK, Galil, and Mac-10 in the slide of 9 Pandas. The execution's coming through. It's going to be a 5-7, a very close and personal. Zaz looking to try and get some shots in, but the Mac-10 going to be pushing through, going to be able to find the kill. Damage come out, but not going to be the kill they were looking for. Elizabeth sets up over towards water. Giuliano going to get boosted, but that's going to be getting watched here. Oh, they have been spotted. I'd imagine they're from K2, but they're going to fall instead. Good shots from Giuliano through the smoke. Zaz originally helped with that, getting the initial damage. Manko with the Khalil gets the kill. Now Elizabeth going to be left in a 1v3. The bomb, it's not planted for her. There is no kit in play, but they're still going to go for this. They go for the boost. They go for the information. Giuliano goes in for the peak, but falls, and Elizabeth going to be going in for the push through the smoke, waiting, expecting a bait, but instead going to be able to take down 1 player, trying to push it all the way down to the last wire. And I'm not actually quite sure if there's enough time. There should be. I think it's going to be right down to the wire. Really well played. Defuse comes out. That was so close.
My heart. Just watching that slowly tick away. It was so incredibly close. And to be fair, she does a very good job of buying some of that time, waiting for that smoke to start to dissipate. Just figuring that she's got just enough time to swing out and stop the defuse, and unfortunately she cannot get that second kill get swung on. Manka rushes to the bomb and is able to get the defuse. 1 for 1 here, and that's putting economy in a really strange place for both teams.
Always an interesting one. 9 Pandas going to be going in for a bit of an explosive action here over towards B. It's going to be Zaz with 1 kill, going for the second. We're going to get turned out by K2. Now Juliano's going to be coming in with the grenade as well. The spray comes through, but she fools Tati with an AK. Fatal peeks round, gets the headshot. Krusty as well. G2 are just crumbling. This was their round to win. The bomb is looking to get planted on site at the moment. Fairly default position, maybe more towards Monster actually on that front. Couldn't quite see it, but Victoria going to be sitting down in towards Water, waiting for them to push. Manka too slow to react, but Care so going to be able to pick up 1, not 2, runs out of bullets, and that's why you take the A4.
Oh, this is starting to look very dicey for G2. That wasn't much of an invest from 9 Pandas. And they come out on top of that very, very strong. So now they're able to buy in. Now they've got guns on the board. Victoria's got the MAC-10. She can crack open a site. And G2's cash is completely in the dumpster. So little money to try and work with, to try and bring something together. They were showing signs of life in that first round. And to be fair, all of these rounds have been incredibly close. But it's just a 9 Panda show.
Oh. Fantastic flashing going to be coming through from Kiosa, allowing Manka to get that kill into Victoria. Unable to recover the gun, though, is going to be unfortunate. It was a very deep kill. Good initial shots, but I have concerns. Such a close end into that last round, but it wasn't quite good enough. Okay, crazy. Going for the peak. Don't get over greedy. Does back off. Kesu is able to find Zaz, though. Giuliano going to fall, unable to make any dent in their opponents. Fatal with 1 as well. Krasi going to be going for the peak here with the Deagle versus Kesu. Probably not worth it. I'm not going to lie. Here's still got the Deagle in hand. Smoke over towards Long. It's going to give away the fact that there's at least 1 player over here. Smoke comes through. Tati able to pick up the Deagle. Upgrading the pistols always important as you go along here. If you are just joining us, 9 Pandas managed to beat out G2 on their map pick on Mirage 16-6. Very convincing scoreline. Now here we are on Overpass. 9 Pandas map pick. Rassi's going to be looking to try and deny this. Good position, goes for the shots, hits 1, but that's all she wrote. Here's our last player left standing here. Sam, I don't really have high hopes. No defuse kit. Has got some body armor. We're going to be versus 4 players with rifles. Okay, Casey's going to be super low, but with no utility, it's not going to be good enough. Going for the shot, only going to be able to hit the leg. And that's not going to be the clutch she was looking for.
That round goes more or less to be expected. They do manage to get a nice little open on to Victoria. So again, kind of slowly chipping away at that economy, which could come into play in a round or 2 if G2 can get a nice buyout, if they can get a nice round on the board. Then, you know, 9 Pandas could feel their cash start to topple, and that's important. But for right now, it's like the complete opposite of what we saw previously, where like 9 Pandas have these amazing retakes. G2, on the other hand, really struggling. They lose so many players early on that they don't have enough players to retake.
I mean, USP, Sam, I just trying to decide on where it's the main issue is for this roster. See, this is the 6th series that they're playing together officially. At least live anyway. Impact, they weren't able to really perform as well as they should have. That kill was nice. At least be able to recover a MAC-10. But out of all the guns the opposition had, that's probably the least one you wanted. See if they can do any more damage. Pushing over towards B. Victoria's going to spot them out. Goes for the spray. Should be fairly easy picking, so I wouldn't imagine too much. Oh, potential denial going to be coming through, but Tati still left alive and kicking at 22 HP at the moment. Victoria going in for another peek. Makes mincemeat of these players. Manka, last one left alive. You probably don't want to go for the peek versus the AK. That's exactly why.
You don't want to, but she did. And you know what? At that point, it's like, do what you can. There's so little left that you really could do. If she could have taken 1 gun away there, that would have been cool, right? It would have been at least something they had in the bag, something that they take away from 9 Panda going into the next round. But I saw there's an AWP on the board here, so there you go. Victoria getting ready to absolutely smack it down. And she's been fantastic with the rifles as well. So now she's got the AWP in her hand. We saw what she's capable of on Mirage, and she's looking to just replicate that. This boost is so fun. Oh, no. That's less.
Fortunately, it wasn't fast enough, so it wouldn't have actually ended up mattering. They are going to go for another peek on it. They've done a setup. They might as Okay, just give it up.
Do it again.
Third time's a try.
Yes, let's go.
Didn't realize this was a KZ server. There we go. Third time is the charm, and well, no one's there.
Oh.
So they can hold on to this for as long as they want, but
Oh no.
I remember the first time I saw this, it was so brutal. I'm trying to remember which team it was. Was it? I think it was a Slovenian team, if I remember correctly, or maybe a Czech. I have to have someone remind me. Maybe go and have a look. This map is famous for its boost spots. All the way back in, I think 2015, Fnatic versus LDLC. Krasi, good position to try and counter this, but the flash comes through. She's blinded. She's going to have to depend on her team. Zaz finds one, but the trade is quick and fast and brutal. That denial is unfortunate for the side of G2. They now have to depend on a retake. Juliana is still there. Manka as well. Site's not fully lost, but it will be in a moment. And Victoria, she unscopes, but she gets a second chance, and well, she fails. That is surprising. Juliana's going to be up close and personal. Look at her to try and find some kills. They're not spotted out immediately. Going to be able to get a kill onto the site. Falls back down. Thanks to that kill getting missed by Victoria, this does give them the opportunity to be able to try and bring this back. Kesu sitting in the smoke at the moment. She's going to be able to find two. Going for the third. Never mind. Falls back through the smoke. Smoke Devil. And now, Kesu, the last player left alive. Victoria with AWP holding the angle. Gets the kill. It's going to be a no-scope to the dome. Makes up for her failed shots earlier on.
And again, you can see those miscommunications coming through in that attempted retake, right? Like Giuliano, she takes a really aggressive position. She gets that first kill and she starts to open things up really nicely. Here, you get to see it. But then they're not really talking to each other. They're not really spotting out the other players and making sure that the rest of the team knows what's happening. And again, it's that synergy. It's that lack of cohesion that we've been looking for. And it's still early for G2 as a roster. Hopefully they get to pick that up soon.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at if we go through the team of G2, you have Zaz, you have Giuliano. Their players have been around since 2014 in I guess like the pro scene within the women's games. You look at Krasi, she's 21 years old. Manka, she's 20. Ursa, she's 18, and this is her first real team. Like, that says a lot. So they're coming into this with, you know, they have got a really experienced top. They're very top heavy in that regards. And even then, like, Manka's been doing really good. We obviously saw her stats highlighted at the end of the last game. So it's definitely that sort of synergy question of like, okay, how do you actually fix this issue? And I mean, really playing enough games together is probably the only real fix to this.
Struggling to find any sort of entry. This is difficult. We also have to remember that, like, so obviously the desk spoke about this at length a little bit more, but like, you know, Giuliano went into Valorant for like 2 years or a year and a half. Zaz retired for a time also after going to Valorant for a little while. So there's some of those like small things that just need to be bridged before that synergy can even start to make a difference.
All right. Let's see how G2 do. 6 rounds of the board for 9 Pandas, looking fantastic, but there are some mistakes coming here. Well, there, Juliana, they're going to be doing the boost on either side. They don't realize. Oh, no, they do now. The wallbang comes through. No kills on either side, but the damage is done. Zaz is on 10 HP. Juliano, 58. They're going for another boost. No, it's just informational play. Well done. Zaz is going to be playing in towards Monster. Elizabeth falls. This is a good start, Kirisa. Getting that all-important kill. Picking up the AK as well. Really well played. Well, as I was corrected, Giuliano, Zaz, 2012 in CSGO, and before that they've been playing for many years in other games. But I was counting CSGO on unofficial matches, but CSGO was still around in 2012, but...
This is going to be so funny when CS2 comes out and we're going to be like, these guys have already been playing this game for like a month.
Yeah, absolute noobs. I still don't even have access to that. Either way, we move on. Manka, AWP in hand. The chosen, Orpa on this map has an opportunity to get this first kill. Spots them out, but moves. Tati gets the kill. Keisu going to be pushing on. They're going to have to try and catch Keisu off guard, who's just sitting in the toilets at the moment, unaccounted for. She's now been spotted, but she's going to be able to find one. Going in for the second and third as well, but Keisu with the trade-off. She's last one left alive, and there we go. Finally, the second round on the board. It's taken so long, and they only survived with 2 players, but they still survived through.
Funnily enough, that was like one of the really rare A hits as well. G2 have a really good job at locking that one down. Good positioning as well to try and shut down some of these pushes, and just generally good angles being held on the site itself. So it looks like A might be the easier place for them to hold on to, and 9Pandas, well, may have, you know, figured that out. So we could see them split over towards B instead. But for now, there is a hard lean over towards A.
Well, this buy is still so strong though, Sam, for 9Pandas.
Yeah.
I mean, even if they lose this, Casey's got 8K on the board. She's laughing all the way to the bank. I mean, they've got 2 players who are on low on cash. Aside from that, they can buy into the next round. Keisu with the first kill. Manka goes down. He missed the shot, but we know it's there. Victoria, AWP in hand. She's been an absolute beast, as you were saying the other round. Curious over towards long. She's going to have to go and potentially play a little bit more aggressive on this tactic. Going in for the informational play. No, she actually dedicated. It wasn't just an informational jump. She gets the kill. Juliano playing aggressive against the smoke. They haven't seen her. She crouched all the way through. This experience is showing. She knows there's a play on the other side of the smoke. She picks up the kill. Victoria going in for the counter kill as well. Krasi down in towards Monster, waiting for the player to push her. She does back off, seeing him around the pillar at the moment. Casey's going to be peeking in. The flash is going to be coming out, but not to her. Savior, she falls short, and it's now going to be down to Elizabeth and Victoria, 2-star players on side of 9Pandas. 2v4 Elizabeth going in for this peek again, and she's going to be able to find it. Where her teammate failed, she succeeded. Zaz takes down Victoria. It's going to be a 1v1, well, 1v3 rather. Elizabeth. She's 10 on 3 at the moment. She's going to be able to find another kill going on the board as well. Going to be falling far too short though. Kirisa doing a good job. She tried her best. I'm going to give her props on that front. And the third round of the board for G2. They're trying to claw this back now.
Yeah, we're starting to see some much nicer adaptations here, right? Like, I love that push from Giuliano, really putting that map knowledge to work, taking that map control and forcing 9Pandas into an uncomfortable position, not just because they've taken players away, but they've cut off a lot of the map space, which makes it a lot easier for G2 to respond. We need to start seeing a lot more of that here. And of course, knife's edge for Panda's economy as well. There's like no cash left in reserve. If they lose this round, they're back down onto pistols, and G2 have a chance of running away with it.
Tenth round, like I said, there was a chance he could run away with it. You'd hope that happens, and Giuliano's going to catch him off guard, picks up a kill. Victoria goes down. That's a hard hitter. The flash comes through in the trade as well. Both back and forth. Fatal takes down Krasi, though. That is unfortunate time, and Tati unable to contend with the spray from Zaz, completely blinded. Doesn't matter. Still gets the kill. Flash. I'm going to be coming through. Smoke is going to land towards Monster and also Short. The bomb is still in the hands at the moment, but the push towards Short comes through. Fatal gets the kill. Really good positioning. Now Elizabeth with the bomb is going to be going back down through Monster. Flash is going to allow Kira to go in for the peek here. A1 in hand. It's a difficult situation, especially with Fatal going to be on 25 HP. It's not the situation you want, especially when Kyrus is going to be playing aggressive with Namanka. AWP in hand. Not the ideal gun for the situation. They're going to be going for the rotation. No boost coming out. Just straight up through connector here. They do shut the door. Manka has to make a run for it, but she's going to be taking her time on this one. No. Manka, AWP in hand. Going for the peak. Too slow. Fatal. On point, going to be able to pick up her third kill in that round. Really well played and recovered from 9Pandas.
honestly, so we get to that 2v2, and G2 had been in the lead of that round up until that point. They bring it down to 2 versus 2, and at this point I'm going, all right, G2, surely they have this. But 9Panda's very quick thinking, pick up the bomb, rotate over towards B and Fatal. Well, she knows that this last player is likely going to be coming from backside. She holds down that angle, and to be fair, there's 2 possibilities, right? They could be coming upstairs or they could be coming up through bank. She holds down the stairs position, gets the kill. Fantastic, beautiful timing on that, and around that G2 should have won and really needed to win. Unfortunately, doesn't go their way. They're back down onto pistols, and 9Panda's starting to just maintain that confidence again.
Yeah, they just had so much money in the bank that I don't think they were really too worried or stressed. This kill could make a bit of a difference. Being curious of being able to get that kill allows Cressy to pick up an 8K. Whether or not they decide to save this, I don't know. But they've been failing to hold on towards this B site. And then they have to go in for the sort of the retake situations, and that has not been going in their favor. Smart play coming out from Elizabeth. Smoke goes down and shots rain through. She dies, and this is going to be given an opening. Victoria with the AWP is going to have to shoot fast and quick against these players. Saz looking in for the shots, but unfortunately unable to contend with the player's armor. Okay, so slide, the kill comes through. Victoria's going in for the no-scope. It's not coming through. The defuse is getting held. Victoria's not able to do anything. The ninja, it can't happen though. The nade denies it. Now Cressy in the position to try and save this. That was so close, Sam. I thought it was going to be a ninja.
It should have been. See, here's the problem. Victoria actually stays alive way too long in that position. She's literally out in the open, and her position is completely known. And you can see her like swiveling in this 90-degree angle, constantly like firing this way, firing that way, waiting to see where someone's gonna pop up. Gotta stop the bomb. You know, like she's really panicked, and she should not be surviving out in that area, and she does. And she creates so much space as well for the rest of 9Panda to just kind of circle in. And unfortunately for G2, and to be fair, that was pretty good given that it was a pistol round. That was pretty damn good.
Oh.
All things. Oh, Victoria, come on. I believe.
Second time.
Always the third.
Oh man, you know what? This is probably a decent time to do it. Okay, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, to be honest, you fail once. I don't even know if it's worth doing a second time. But they tried. Either way. Fatal, massive kudos to her. Oh, Juliana, she's completely blind. She does manage to duck away from that. If she'd gone down there, that would have been reminiscent of the Mirage map where she was the first to die. Probably about the first 5 rounds in a row, I think. It was really painful to watch. She tried her best going in for those entry kills, unable to get it. Oh, Juliana still going to be playing a bit of a danger game there. Gets the peeking, gets the information. But yeah, that last round, Fatal, she did such a good job. Use of that utility, the nade going out, that really came in clutch there. That may have been a defuse otherwise. Especially if G2 had a kit, that would have been a whole different game, a different ballpark. Well, aggression over towards the A site. Execution looking to be coming through. Molly's going to be raining out. Kyrus is going to be in a key position as well. Manco's going to fall unable to contend with these players. And there we go. Kyrus finds one, but the trade. It's just played off so well by 9Pandas. They're not worried about playing aggressive because they play in pairs. Kyrus going to be going in for flank. Going to be causing all sorts of problems for G2. Even if they decide to go for a save here, I don't think it's going to be allowed. 9Pandas want to shut this down right here and right now. Oh, it's been read by Zaz. The kill comes through. That experience. She could feel it. Her spider sense is tingling. The bomb is planted for that short position, though. Utility's lacking. They've got nothing in the bank now after this smoke going down, going in for the hold on this front as well. Crassy's going to be able to get a kill. The shot's going to be raining out, but it's not going to work. The defuse, it comes through. Finally, the ninja, but Victoria with the flick and fade away kill. Takes down Crasy, doing the final bit of damage to the economy of G2.
I didn't think the G2 were going to pull that one out the bag. I mean, you were saying, right, they might just go for the save here. 9Pandas might just hunt them down. But no, they give it a little bit of time, re-aggress. Zaz gets that first kill as 9Pandas are hunting here. Fantastic. Then they could re-aggress in onto the site, and Zaz is so fantastic. She creates a massive distraction, and while that's happening, defuse can come through. Very well played. Still an expensive round across the board. Both teams in a little bit of economic trouble here, particularly 9Pandas. 2 MAC-10s lacking in util.
Good amount of damage initially, but Elizabeth going to have to depend on her teammate. Crassie's going to be able to pick up 2 of those kills. Down in towards Monster, though. She does fall eventually. Zaz with one of her own. The M1's going to be running out of bullets if they're not careful, but Zaz, she's hungry for more. She finds another one. Victoria going to be left in a 1v4, finds one. Look at him going for the second as well, but backs away. The bomb is going to be on site. If she somehow recovers this, it would be a bit of a miracle here. But never say never. Especially Victoria. She's been on point. Zaz, if she gets over greedy on this, that might be her own downfall. Oh my god. Oh, so close. And well, Victoria, probably the smart choice to go for the save here. They had so much money in the bank. Nope, she's playing aggressive, straight into the hands of Zaz. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, pistol round when you and 1 AWP, very difficult to get full value out of that. I've seen it. Not the value part. I've seen AWPs in a pistol round. Very seldom gets the results that you would want. And of course, she knows coming into this next round, they have no cash. So really no sense. So instead, she's just going to be on pistols with the rest of her team. 2 lonely flashes. Not much of an investment, but of course, makes sense. Yeah, no cash here. G2 starting to feel that confidence, starting to really take control of the map here. We're actually starting to see much better communication as well. As this map is kind of ramped up a little bit, they definitely look a lot better on it than I think I expected, considering this is a map that they usually ban. But all that aside, is it going to be enough with this being their CT side? And I mean, this is one of the most CT-sided maps in the pool at the moment. So such a low scoreline. 9 Pandas very possibly could still run away in the second half.
Yeah, I struggle to see how they're going to be able to bring this back. And that's going to be the first overtime, attack walls we've seen coming out during this best of 3. We'll have to have that confirmed, though. I want to see an overtime. Let's get some spicy gameplay in here. Crassie's going to be in a good position to find a ball to kill. Going to go for the spray, but misses. Shoots in between. There's going to be down to Zaz, but she's going to fall as well. Giuliano finds 2. Going in for the 3rd and 4th. There we go. Cleans it up. But 2 players going down versus those pistols. That is far too many.
Honestly, yes. For G2, these rounds need to be cleaner. But this is the last round in the half. And an interesting time for 9 Pandas to take that time out. But it did, to an extent, mean that they got a little bit more time to chat during that pistol round. With this being the last one, they want to secure it. They want to drive it home. They want to make this next half as difficult as humanly possible for G2. I mean, they made the first half really difficult, right? So if you can really stamp it down, put a claim on it, G2 could be in trouble.
They badly need the 7th round. But even then, honestly, they're going to have to do a lot of work on the T side. 9 Pandas, they know this map very well. Going for the push over towards long. Manka takes the shot, but it's at nothing. Just boosted up here. Going in for another peek as well. She goes for the shot. She misses it. Those are shots you should be hitting. She's going to have to just fall the way back now. There's information going to be coming out from these players as well. Tati goes over the push. The shot's missed as well. She only had 59 HP. That would have been a kill. Even if it was a leg. Carissa down in towards toilets at the moment, holding the short position. She falls. It's going to allow a barrage of these players, 3 on the T side, to push over towards long, though. They're going to be pushing as well. Carissa goes down. The AWP from Manka is absolutely useless so far in this map. And Giuliano finds one, but it's not going to be enough. 2 players left, Crassie and Zaz, to try and pull this back. 9 Pandas doing a fantastic execution. Crassie looking to try and kill the bomb planter. Unable to do it until post-plant. It does go down 1 over towards long as well. Good post-plant kills. Utility-wise, they have got a smoke, so they can go for that plant. They know there's going to be players situated for the post-plant. Crassie's going to be going in for the peek here. K2 as well. They're going for the spray. Onto the play, onto side as well. Clean, quick, and clinical. The best way to describe 9 Pandas on this map.
That it is. Very unfortunate so far for G2. Not the first half that they would have wanted, but hopefully they'll be able to claw something back in the second. But again, have to reiterate it, right? 9 Pandas moving on to the CT side. This could be detrimental.
I was expecting a little bit more from G2 in this front. They, getting those rounds on the wall, the 6 rounds, that is crucial. I'm excited to be able to see what they do on their T side, Sam, but do you think they can bring it back?
I think there is hope, but it's a very small sliver.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the AWP shots from Manka were missing. all across that map. And I don't like to be too brutal on one particular player because it was a team effort to be able to get those only 6 rounds on the board. But Manka's AWP was definitely not hitting. Let's hop over towards a quick break and we'll see you guys in a minute. All right, welcome back. We're going to be diving into the second half on Overpass in the second matchup here between these two teams, G2 Oya and 9 Panda. Sam, it has been a blast so far, but what can we expect going into the second half?
Oh, there's a lot of trepidation. There's a lot of fear, I think, if you're a G2 Oya fan. They came through that first half with not the scoreline that they would have wanted. So now on their T side, it is certainly going to be an uphill battle. They like to play fast. They like to play explosive. And on a map that already favors the CTs, that could be, well, it could spell disaster.
Definitely could. Looks like it's going to be an interesting side for G2. Stakes are high. There's no lower bracket here. If they lose this, that's it. They're out. But they get to go out happy. Even if they lose this, they'll still provide some money over towards the charity pot, which is going to be awesome. Either way, we move on. G2, an aggressive approach over towards Long right off the bat, but they're going to be circling back. Fatal might just catch them off guard, peeking in towards toilets. She's got this red like a book. She's going in for the peek here. They're going to be going in. They don't know she's here. Now they do, but is it going to be enough? They do find the kill, but Victoria, she's trying to lock this down. She's missing all her shots. Finally hits one. Keisu as well, going to be chiming in with the kills. And G2, they might just be crumbling because Keisu has their number. She's called it in. Krasi, here's the last two players left alive. Chris is going to be playing aggressive. Chris is going to be coming up from behind, trying to find the kill on towards Manko as well. Going to be able to hit a headshot, but it's not going to be enough with the Glock. Chris is going to be left in 1v3, bomb in hand. But she's going to have to back all the way off here. Left with very little to work with.
Great pincer from 9 Panda. Honestly, fantastic. Pushing out into mid to meet G2 head on. And then you have a player circling in from behind, cutting off any escape. And, of course, creating that crossfire. It's a beautiful start to the CT half for 9 Panda. And Kiosa now has the world on her shoulders.
Getting the bomb down is honestly the key here. If she can't do that, this might just be spelling a disaster. Pushing straight on. She's going to be planting, and it's going to be slightly open towards long, and, well, that's round.
World on her shoulders, she dropped it. Atlas, she ain't. And it was always going to be a very, very difficult one to try to win out. But that's double digits for 9 Panda. That is no bomb down. And that is a ton of cash for 9 Panda that G2 do not have. So I'm very curious about how G2 are going to play this. Yeah, okay. Good call. Nothing. One flash. That's all you've got to make something happen here.
Not getting that bomb down. It may just cost them this map, to be honest, going into the second half. But, you know, it depends on a couple of factors here. If they can capitalize on the mistakes on the side of 9 Pandas, but it seems like there are going to be very few. 2 kills, maybe a little bit more than one might have expected. The 9 Pandas pick up their 11th round as we go into the 18th round. G2 trying the best, but only 6 rounds on the board. They aren't going to be able to buy into this one.
I mean, 2 kills is not terrible. You know, you're doing a little bit of damage there, but much like what I said on Mirage, we're getting to that point where the economy damage is going to be less important. So 9 Pandas, of course, have to reinvest here a little bit, still have a big advantage on that regard, and G2 looking again to play this very aggressive style, baiting out a lot of utility from 9 Pandas. Oh!
Good initial kill on Victoria. Honestly, being a bit of a star of a show today for me, but Fatal may well be taking over that spot on this map. She's coming in clutch massively. Keisu as well is going to be looking very good. Gets the first kill in that spot. So that's going to be 2 dead now on G2's side. 9 Panda is looking very dominant. We wondered what G2 had done in preparation for this rematch after Impact, and it seems like not enough, Sam.
Definitely does seem that way. Again, I keep saying this, but it's such an important point. G2 normally ban this map. So for them to let that ride, not wanting Ancient to be in the pool, it was a very high risk, high reward play. And so far we're seeing all of the risk. Oh, and none of the reward.
They tried to push through, but they're just countered. They're just unable to push through the smoke. The kills ring out, and Crassie's left wondering where her teammates have gone. Left in a 1v5, and she's going to be doing a bit of a YOLO play here, sitting in the smoke, waiting for it to dissipate so she can find some initial kills. The first one rings out, but Tati going to be able to pick up a triple with the MP9. That's an extra $1,800 in a bank, leaving her with 6.9k. That is a lot of cash.
Cash in the back pocket. Rounds slowly ticking up. And that pressure from G2 is just starting to rise. I know that, you know, we watched that interview a little bit earlier, and you know, Cray was saying they don't really feel pressure playing for G2. They just, you know, really happy being part of the org. So at least there's no pressure on that front. But with the way they've been performing, I think they're putting a lot of pressure on themselves just to be better.
Right away, and Nade's going to be coming through. The rifles are just going to be obliterating these players. Tati and her teammates got each other's backs here. Oh, could find a player killed. No, Giuliano unable to find that kill. A little bit unfortunate. Good attempt from G2, but just shut down by 9 Pandas. They find a 13th round. It's a very, very short amount of time here for G2 to try and make a comeback, but this has to be the round, Sam.
Absolutely. We talk about last chance saloon. It's my favorite phrase. You need to stop saying it. But not today. Not today. And this is
catchphrase, mate.
You know what? I'm okay with that. That can be my catchphrase. I'll get a cowboy hat and I'll get some dualies, some like 3D printed dualies, and I'll be Last Chance Saloon Nari Mizuki.
Casey's in a good position to find the first initial kill. Going for the second one. It's not going to happen, though. Victoria's going to be completely smoked off. Fatal's going to be in a good counter position. Elizabeth chimes in with one as well. Juliano, Zaz, they're both dead already. Crazy's going to have to play super aggressive, try to find a kill, but gets the damage in. But Tati still survives with 19 points of HP. And we're left with one player. Again, we're barely at the 1 minute 20 mark. Garissa peeking in towards this mid position. It's not going to work. The nade came out. The smoke covered up her position. She falls, and that's back-to-back rounds where 9 Pandas didn't lose a single player. And now the money is not in favor for G2 at all. They have to force into this. They can't not.
Something I find really scary. So we've had 20 rounds played. The entirety of G2 have 17 deaths in 20 rounds, except for Juliana and Zaz, who are on 18 each. Like, these rounds have not been clean. Even the ones that they've won, they're not clean. They're not coordinated, and they're losing too many players. And 9 Panda, they just keep taking advantage of that because they can.
Yeah, the confidence is there, the synergy, which is obviously another sort of key word we've been using today, between the players and 9 Pandas is obviously there. They've got a little bit more time under the belt on average, and just across the board. Together as a team, and Giuliano does start it off spicy. Gets the first initial kill, shuts down Casey. That's an important player, but Victoria takes down Zaz. Peeking in towards Party as well. Gets the flick on, but doesn't connect. She's still going to be holding on towards this mid position as well. She's fine with playing aggressive. She knows she's got the skill to be able to try and hit these shots. She spots out one, hits the shoulder. Her position known. They can now go for the double peek on her, but no, instead, Giuliano plays aggressive, gets the kill, but traded down. Damage is done, though. 3v3 advantage technically in the hands of G2. But even then, I have a hard time thinking that, especially with Fatal coming up for backstab. And she's been an absolute star. Let's see what she can pull out the bag here for her team.
Oh,
that's just unfortunate. Sitting in toilets, unfortunately, that is going to get you shot. Elizabeth going to be pushing through the smoke, looking to catch a play off guard, but Crassi gets one, gets two, and all of a sudden, this round has legs on it. Fatal left in a 1v2. If any player could do it today, it's definitely going to be this one. The molly goes down. Is she going to get spotted out? I imagine over towards that position on long. No. Instead, she's able to survive a little bit longer, takes the fight, but doesn't make it. Manka wins that all-important one-on-one.
An important note that the analysts made at the end of the last round was pacing. And this is one of the few rounds where G2 take a much slower approach. Lo and behold, it gets results. Again, not a clean round, right? They only have 2 players surviving at the end of it. It's not the position they wanted to be in. They would have loved to have had that much more strong. But a slower approach, waiting for 9 Pandas to walk into them. Because look how aggressive 9 Pandas have been playing this. Like, they just run into G2. And to be fair, very often it works out. They win the trades. But this time around, G2 are being patient. They allow that to happen, and they win the battles.
There's a good initial nade, but Victoria, she's got an AWP. She doesn't care. She's going to be holding this position, finds the kill. They now know where she is, but is that going to be enough to try and shut her down? Fatal going to be sitting very quiet, just in time to sneak a kill in. Manka goes down. Victoria, another AWP shot rings out, but it doesn't connect. The molly going to be burning her out of her position. Tati going to be coming in from behind. Crassi's going to fall. They just don't expect these players to go in for these ninja spots. And Fatal caught in the crosshairs of Giuliano, but still stays alive. And Zaz left in a 1v4 to try and stop 9 Pandas from getting all-important 15th round on the board, which will lead them up 1 point away from series point. And she can't do anything. Fatal, she's got her number locked in.
Devastation Nation here for G2. Match and series point here for 9 Pandas. Remember, there is no lower bracket. So if G2 cannot rally themselves right here, right now, they're out of this tournament. And that is, I think, a very tough pill for this team of legends of women's Counter-Strike to swallow. But unfortunately, that's the position we find ourselves in, as 9 Panda have maintained control from start to finish. A very broken force out from G2. So little to work with. These opening kills are going to be everything.
Elizabeth stationed up towards the B short position. It's going to be proven to be a little bit difficult to try and unroot her, especially with Tati taking this eager beaver position, but she falls. Will they expect a second player here? They were playing aggressive. There's going to be Fatal peeking in again. If they can spot her out, they might just be able to realize this. No, they do. They get the kill, but it's going to be Elizabeth. The trade-off. Smoke is going to be going down. She's still going to be sitting this aggressive spray through the smoke. She gets another. 2 for 1. That is a painful trade-off.
That was rude.
It just absolutely domed her through the smoke. Fatal being down, though, this early might cause a little bit of concern for these players. Zaz gets the kill. The spray onto Elizabeth. Peeks on in. Victoria up in towards heaven. They haven't smoked it off. They only have a flash. Oh, no, never mind. It was a traveling smoke at that point. Good use of utility. This means they should be able to get onto site. Zaz looking to try and hold down this short position. She knows the player's here. In case you made her presence known. Going in for the peek here. Her rifle's being spotted. The spray comes through. Zaz. 12 bullets left in the magazine. Going in for the shots. You have to be careful here. Has the time to reload. Victoria, the other player here in this 2v3 on 9 Pandas slide. AWP in hand. Unable to really contend with this at the moment. They're going to be backing off. That's going to be the 8th round on the board here for G2.
That's some fancy footwork there from KSU to survive while being fired in at from Zaz. But she does. They manage to hold on to their weapons. Well done, G2. Again, a slightly slower round. A slightly slower approach. Not slow by any means because, well, G2 don't really have a brake pedal. But this time around, it works out very, very nicely in their favor. And a round that they needed to win and a round that they were far less likely to win. And 3 players surviving, 3 players taking rifles into this next round. They're just prolonging this. They're keeping themselves alive. My other catchphrase, the stay of execution. It's not their time just yet. 9 Panda, they're going to be starting to feel the pressure a little bit here because after, you know, losing so many players round after round after round and now finally losing a round, you can see that cash. If they lose this round, they're in a bit of a tight spot.
G2 are going to have to tie a lot of these rounds together. Victoria, if she managed to get this first kill, I could tie this round in their favor. The stack over towards the mid and long position is going to be big. Victoria gets the first shot off, but she misses. She's unable to contend with, but Elizabeth takes down Zaz. And Victoria's still going to be playing aggressive. Keisu as well. They get the kills, and they're just dismantling G2 before our very eyes. Over towards B, we do have the likes of Tati sitting very quietly and carefully at the moment, considerate, waiting for some aggression to come through. The shot's going to be ringing out. Krasi doesn't go down, but she also doesn't get the kill. She leaves this player left alive. The bomb is getting planted, but it's going to be a 5v3 retake. Krasi's going to have to do a lot of work with very low HP. Gets the first kill, ready for the second, can't quite make it work. She badly needed that. Elizabeth still alive and kicking at the moment. They're going to be making their way onto site. This could be the final round. Fatal gets a kill. Kyoso left in a 1v3. She can't do it. That's going to be a GG. Well played, as 9 Pandas best the side of G2 once again is not as dominant as their last face-off, but still it's dominant from the side of 9 Pandas, just proven who is the best team here.
That it is, and unfortunately in our casters versus analysts duel, you and I came off on the losing end of that. The analysts were correct, and it was 9 Pandas. The hopium just was not where it should have been, unfortunately. But well done to 9 Pandas once again. I mean, we've known that this is an incredibly strong team. They've been to numerous lands. They're always getting good results. They haven't lost against G2 in the past, with this being like the second time they've played each other in recent times. But regardless, right? Individually, fantastic players. Strategies are there. Synergy is there. Communication is there. And it's all things that G2 have the potential of. They've got it like in their reserve tank. They just haven't had the time or the opportunity to tap into it yet. And that's definitely one of the things that is causing a bit of a kink for them. But hopefully, you know, Impact Season 4 just around the corner, maybe we start to see those improvements.
Well, I'm excited to see, improvements going into next season. But for now, that's going to be it from myself and Sam. We're going to hop over into a quick break, and then you'll be back for the analysts after this.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Nine Pandas take home the first victory here at Gamers Without Borders. This women's CSGO tournament really is popping off, and I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. There is plenty of action inbound over the weekend, so hold on to your seats, and I feel like I'm going to have no voice by the end of Sunday. Steph, how excited are you to see these competitors in this kind of tournament with this kind of prize pool?
Yeah, I mean, this tournament is quite unbelievable. To be able to give $2.5 million to charity by women gamers is unheard of in ever, right? So I can't believe some of these talented women are being part of it, and I can't believe we're also part of it.
Yeah, Sapphire, let's focus in on the match that we just witnessed between G2 and Nine Pandas. So you did already mention before we went into this that Overpass was weighing heavily in Nine Pandas' favor, but it just seemed that no matter what G2 did tactically, Nine Pandas were just all over them.
Yeah, you know, they tried to play with the pacing is what we talked about. They slowed it down, but then Nine Pandas was just kind of crushing on the middle, you know, like from all angles. Like you even saw it in that first pistol round. They gave G2 no room to breathe there. The pressure was always on from Nine Pandas. When G2 slowed it down even more, that's when they picked up a round here and there. But again, just Nine Pandas just looked, it was just clean. Everything was clean about it. They were a cohesive unit. They didn't look stressed at all, playing with confidence, getting very aggressive on CT side. And then, of course, they started T side with 9 rounds. That already puts you in a hole as you go to second half for G2.
It does indeed. And speaking of Nine Pandas, we have the absolute pleasure of being joined by one of their teammates. It is Fatal, your first semi-finalist team from Nine Pandas. Congratulations. Firstly, what a great way to start your weekend. How did you and your teammates get mentally prepared for this match today?
I think we just stay together. We just do all you can do and just play the game. It's all. So we're feeling free.
Yeah, so congratulations on the win. Obviously, you have Na'Vi Javelins coming up next. This is a team that you lost to a couple weeks ago. How is the team preparing for this next match and trying to beat Na'Vi?
We just go play a lot of pracs. Maybe we just watch some demos and play a lot of from ourselves this match and something else.
Yeah, your progression has been phenomenal in the last couple of months. You're now, I want to say, at the top of Europe, amongst the best. What have you been working on to get so good in the last couple of weeks?
We just do our job, so I don't know what I need to say about this. We just really hard work. That's all.
That's all you need to do.
Work.
Exactly. Work. Fatal, thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. Congratulations once again, and we look forward to seeing you in the semi-finals tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well. Okay, well, Sapphire, we can look into the future for a very brief second, Sapphire, okay? You've already mentioned that they're going to be facing Na'Vi Javelins tomorrow. Now, you know, what was your immediate reaction to knowing that that was the next matchup for them?
Yeah, I mean, the immediate reaction as you look and you see that's the one team that they've lost to in ESL Impact season. Just one loss though, and like Fatal said, they're gonna show up and do their job. It doesn't seem like they're too worried about who their opponent is. They're more worried about themselves. And if we look at these highlights here, like their team is looking really good, really clean. They have a plan. They're going into it. They're not worrying about who they're playing up against.
And in map 2, Steph, did you feel like there were any defining moments for Nine Pandas, or do you feel like it was just dominance throughout?
Yeah, I don't think Nine Pandas was really challenged to the level that they can struggle a little bit to come back. G2, on the other end, what the great news is that they have a great organization that's going to give them all of the support for them to grow and get better. But just the fact that, as far as we know, there's potentially a coach, Jumpy, an ex-professional player supporting G2, and no pause was taken in the whole BO3, it just shows how this team is still far behind the rest of the circuit. And as we're taking a look at Elizabeth's MVP stats, I have to say, like, she wasn't even the only one in the servers showing up. Victoria, Fatal as well, like pretty much everyone showed up. So for G2 to be able to compete versus teams like 9 Pandas, they're just gonna have to keep working. Like Fatal Cell said, work as much as they can to be able to catch up to the rest of the circuit.
Well, Sapphire, everyone has their preferred stats that they like to relish, especially when they put up big numbers. What's the most satisfying stat for you?
I mean, her kitty is obviously amazing here, and I think you can tie that very closely to, which we don't have it up here, but I can talk about their opening duels too. Like, Elizabeth is just continually putting her team in an early advantage, taking those early fights, and then the team can back off and they feel comfortable in a 5v4.
Very comfortable indeed. As you saw in that match, we only had 2. It was a clean 2-0, like we've already mentioned, between 9 Pandas and G2. Just for recap, we're going to get the tournament bracket updated for you because one team has already been sent packing, and that team is G2. You've got to show up on the day, Steph. The pressure of live competition can be a huge factor for a lot of these teams, right? And I think that something I wanted to ask you is, how did you cope with the pressure when you're on the day live tournament?
You know, on the day of, I think preparation is key. And I think that's what was lacking for G2. It's not the experience, it was really the preparation. So I'm someone that had routines, you know, drink my tea before, make sure I have a good meal, you know, all these kind of things. So that's probably something that G2 is used to. So the other part is what you can control is definitely everything that has to do with teamwork. And at the moment, unfortunately, it seems like it was lacking a little bit on G2's side.
It was, unfortunately. But you know what? With that, we have our first semi-finalists. And if you're only just joining us, there's so much more action to get into across this weekend here at Gamers Without Borders. So make sure you stick around and we'll be right back.
Every day, it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max.
Hello, I'm Aida and I'm the IGL of the team. Then we have Zanna, she's the upper. Jenny and Josie, they're both like riflers, like entries or second entries. And then we have Marta, then she's the lurker of the team. And then we have Musambani as a coach.
To disrupt everything by herself, Jenny R gets another, fakes out the bomb plant, sitting in the smoke, and Jenny R finds her.
Our communication in game started as, since we competed together in Vodafone Giants and there was 3 Spanish, we started speaking Spanish. And then how we continued, we just kept speaking Spanish all the time because it was how we started. And then now I think we're slowly transitioning to a mix. We're speaking both Spanish and Portuguese.
Clear. Gets past Kat and Anna. It's a 1 versus 1, and she's going to stay on the boost. Jenny R with the spray. A hat-trick, a kill.
Regarding our scheduled trainings, we start at 11 or 12 with some theory, and then we have breaks throughout the day, and we have a few pracs or dry runs, and we usually end at 7 or 6. It depends on the day and how tired we are or how much we want to prac in that day, or yeah. I think big Equipa, one strength that we have, I think we're very disciplined and very methodical. It can also be like a downfall at times, but we try to be correct as possible, like always manage the economy so we don't run into echoes or we get a kill, we go back, chill, let's wait for the mistake of the enemy. Like we try to be very methodical with that.
Swinging on through, and while desperation breeds success, 2 kills come on through. Has to be Ida, has to do it all. She's done 1 and she's done both.
We always think we have great chances to win. I think CS is a very day-based game. It's like one day you can be the best team in the scene and one day you can be the worst team in the scene. One day you can lose versus random.
This is perfect. Although the creep forward, Anna dealt with, and she was the flasher. Sada with 3. Oh my God, Sada!
Regarding this opportunity to raise money in Gamers Without Borders is such like a great initiative. Like the tournament itself, it's so nice. The fact that it's going to charity, that's the first big reason. It's such a great way to put the female scene into it. We obviously everyone in the female scene thinks this is a great tournament. Based on like the teams that are invited, it's such a high-level tournament, and that's so interesting to everyone that was invited, because they look at these teams and they're like, wow, I really want to compete in this game, not only for charity, but it's always nice and fun to have these tournaments and play against these top teams.
Welcome back to the Women's Counter-Strike Tournament here at Gamers Without Borders. We are underway and our second quarterfinal is very closely, and it was just around the corner. Please welcome back our expert analysts as well. We have Miss Harvey and Sapphire joining me in the studio. I mean, we've just watched that big Equipa video with Ida talking through their methodical approach to the way that they handle training and all that stuff. What are your thoughts going into this next match up against Ninjas in Pyjamas? Sapphire, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, obviously these players, they know how to train. They do it the right way. We've seen their progression over many, many years now. They've stuck with this roster. And then on the other side of the matchup, we've got NIP, a roster that has gone through a rebuild coming into this last ESL Impact season, but they've got some really exciting star players and players like Astra.
Well, we've got that big roster change as well. Possibly the difference maker, let's say. Steph, what do you think about the introduction of Josie into this big Equipa team?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting add-on. It's not often you see international players from across the world going to Europe. It's usually the opposite. So very excited to see how she's going to do into that team. But one thing to know, little birds are telling, oh, I am muted. I did it again. It's hard. I've been talking to myself for the last minute. I'm very sorry. But yeah, let's take a look at Josie. It was good. It's give some time for graphics to be ready. But yeah, it's not often you see a player coming from internationally going to Europe. It's usually the opposite of the moment because Europe is so strong. So to have Josie taking on this big challenge and coming into Europe is huge. She was phenomenal on MIBR, and she hopefully will also do big plays on big. The only issue, a little bird told us that she might be playing for Brazil today. So that might be a little bit of a problem because, as you know, Brazil isn't the closest place from Europe.
Oh dear, we might be having some ping issues, but I mean, we'll just have to see how she copes with that in the match. But you know, I think the Sapphire. Are there any individual players? We've already touched on big Equipa. So what about any individual players that our viewers should be looking out for from NIP in particular?
Yeah, I think, you know, I mentioned Astra as this very, very interesting player. This is a player that started when Nip got into ESL Impact, and then she's helped rebuild this roster. And if you look at the stats from the season, like, every single category, Astra is up there. She's a playmaker and makes the other players around her better as well. So definitely one to look out for. But even the newer players, Naomi, Kiara, have come in and made quite the impact and really challenged for a spot at LAN. They didn't make it there yet, but like the pieces are building to make that happen in the future.
Well, we know that NIP have the ability to topple giants because they defeated Enigma Galaxy earlier in the season and ESL Impact, who are the top seed coming into this competition. So at face value, because Big managed to topple NIP earlier as well in the season, it kind of feels like this match is extremely even coming into Gamers Without Borders. Steph, would you agree?
Yeah, I would like to totally agree with that. It seems it can go either way. We're in a bit of two different situations here where we're kind of on a honeymoon phase on NIP, still trying to figure out our play style. We have superstars coming in and just figuring out what we're about, but still winning, doing great with it. And on Big Equipa, it's kind of more the opposite. Our honeymoon phase was a long time ago, and we're kind of rebuilding because there's always a crash after the honeymoon. So it's always difficult right after. So you got to rebuild, and I think we're in the ascension here where they're starting to gel, especially with the additions of Josie. I can't really wait to see what's the peak for Big.
Well, speaking of players, we had the ability to catch up with NIP's Paulie earlier this week, and here's what she had to say.
On our team, who does the roles, the twins, are most of the time the entry in the team. Me and Asta are the support, but it's like changing between me and Yannicka, the support, a lot. And Asta, she's the agile. So yeah, sometimes we're switching roles, and between the entry and the support, it's like between what we are deciding for the game and like when we are warm-upping and thinking what we're gonna do. It's my first team, and it's really fun and really good to play the team. I really like it, and I think the vibes are good, but the vibes can always be better, so it will be better. I think the reason that we could beat Enigma Galaxy is like because we trained a lot before and don't come like with the feelings that don't gonna win because no one wins and something like that. We just came and play. So the team that I would most like to play this tournament, it's Navi, Javelins. We played against them in the Cash Cup yesterday, but we lost, unfortunately. But I really like to play against them.
In the side, she steals the back up into ramp, and now Tori will help with those players in connector, but Kiara got two and still keeps that player advantage. Regarding
my confidence, I think we're gonna do our best, and yeah, see what happens. The opportunity to raise money and Gamers Without Borders, I think it's really nice that there is a tournament like that we can raise money for organizations that need it and help people that need it and do what we can do and to help people.
I love these segments. It gives us an opportunity to peek behind the curtain into the lives of these players and kind of shows us their attitude as well. You know what? It really is great, and it may sound obvious to say, but, you know, mechanics and map awareness, etc., you know, they're clearly vital. That's a given. But I feel like team synergy, the team dynamic, that's what separates the good from the great teams. Do you agree, Sapphire? I've kind of put you on the spot there, but do you agree?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's true, though. Like, I feel like I've lived and breathed that. There's just something special. Like, you know, you don't necessarily have to have the absolute best players in the world to win. We've seen that time and again for decades now in Counter-Strike. A lot of it comes down to synergy, chemistry, just kind of how you're vibing with the team on that day, how you're reading your teammates. That can sometimes prove to be more successful than just having the 5 best raw individual players.
Steph, we've already touched on the reformed NIP because they had that post-Season 2 rebuild. How's that been clicking so far? I mean, regarding ESL Impact, it seems like they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I think, you know, it's not like they changed 1 player or 2 players. You still need to kind of rebuild if you change 2 players, because that's enough to mess up all your bomb sites. But, excuse me, they change 3, right? And 3 for me is where it gets really critical. It's where, I mean, that's a completely new team. You can't even rely on what happened here and there and depth of the strategies. So for me, they're a brand new team, like a G2 brand new team. So for them to have that much success right out of the gate, it just shows that something is clicking between these players. And you've talked and mentioned how it's not just about having the best players, but it does help when we have an Astra dropping bombs versus top teams.
Well, it does indeed. And I'm actually going to come to you, Sapphire, now, because it is time for our vetoes and our picks for this particular map going into, or this particular series, sorry, going into this. I want you to take us through these, you know, pick out any kind of surprises along the way.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises, actually. You know, we see that NiP is taking out Nuke. No surprises there. Mirage, Big doesn't really play this, but also at the same time, it's kind of a counter for NiP because NiP plays that really, really well. And then we've got NiP taking Inferno here, which NiP recently, like, dominated. Navi in a cash cup on that map. As we head over to Vertigo, this is a map that Big did really well on against NiP in ESL Impact. And then we've got Overpass, where Big took the win last time against NiP, 16-7. So that's a bit interesting that is left open. Who knows? If you look at this map pool, you say, all right, this is what Big won on last time. Can we get there? You know, it's really going to come obviously down to Vertigo.
We've already spoken about how almost a flip of a coin, how 50-50 this match is coming into it. We seem a bit unsure. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come to you, Steph, first. What's your prediction for this match?
Ooh, this is a really tough one. I do definitely think it's going to go into 3 maps. So if you're planning to go to bed early, Europeans or Asians, you are staying on, because I do think it might be a 3rd map. And I think that NiP, Big, is actually leaving the door open for NiP to potentially win it by picking Vertigo. Like, it's a little bit of a risk instead of trying to close this in a 2-0 on Overpass. But I'm still going to go with Big just because of the depth of the experience we saw in the first matchup. How important it was today.
Ooh, okay. What about yourself, Sapphire, before we dive into this first match?
This is a tough one. I keep going back and forth. You know, I have a bit of like a bias for Big, just knowing how good those players are and having to watch them for many years, having played against them. You know, I'm going to make this interesting. I'm going to say NiP here. I like the new roster that they developed. You know, I think you learn a little more when you lose than when you win. So maybe they can turn around that loss in this series.
I like this dynamic because now you can just go against each other in every single, like, in between each map, you guys can go butt heads. I'm liking this. Right, that is enough from us. We're going to it's time to hand the floor over to 2 new but also familiar faces. It's time to introduce our casters to Gamers Without Borders. It is, of course, Lucy and B-Dog. Take us into map 1.
Thank you, Agent Banks. We're very excited to jump into this one. We're here from the future, in the present, about to cast a very exciting matchup. Brandon, are you excited?
Yeah, I can't wait to be here. Of course, we've just kind of stepped out of the Matrix for a moment, and we're here with this fantastic best of 3, Lucy. Let's kind of get a little bit serious with this now, because look, it's a big matchup, quite literally as well, because you've got the rematch. It was Big Equipa that beat NIP, that prevented them from even having a playoff spot at ESL Impact Season 3. So there's a lot on the line here. It's going to be quite spicy, and the veto, it definitely caught our attention. And I know we were talking a little bit before the game, and you were saying, oh, big picking Vertigo in towards NIP, but they had a really solid game plan a couple of weeks ago. It looked so dynamic from Big. The reactions and the variations they were throwing in, especially on that CT side, was just too much for Nip to handle.
Yeah, Big have been really impressive on Vertigo, a map that NIP have made their home on. And I think Inferno, obviously really great to see that coming out after that map against Na'Vi Javelins, as mentioned in the pregame there, just how dominant that was. What, 16-1? Just outrageous against a team of the caliber of Na'Vi Javelins. That's a massive confidence boost coming into this matchup. And I think a better choice than Overpass, because they didn't have a good time on Overpass. So Inferno, the first map we're going to be kicking off on. Who do you think's taking this one, Brandon?
I do think NIP are actually going to take this map and probably the series overall. I just feel like they've got revenge on their mind here, especially against NIP. The fact that it was 16-1 against Na'Vi Javelins, although they didn't win the series, they're showing real promise. Inferno, it's a map that is required so much heavily on fundamentals. NIP, we're seeing it week on week, the improvement. Their structure looks really formidable, and so it's a pretty decent pick for them.
And I think we've only seen Big play it once during this last season of ESL Impact against Enigma Galaxy, where they lost that one, unfortunately, as you often do against Enigma Galaxy on Inferno. So they are looking a little bit shakier on that map. It's not one that's often in their series. So I think it's definitely going to be a good one for NIP to be starting out on. And Astra has just been phenomenal on this map. I mean, for this team generally, for the entire last season, has been insane. So I'm expecting some big things from her.
Yeah, and Naomi, her individual performance over the past couple of weeks or so has really elevated, and that just brings up the entire skill floor of this team, because we know the ceiling is incredibly high, but when every single player can rise to a consistent level, that's where things become dangerous for Big Equipa. But on the flip side, look, we've got to reflect on Big Equipa, because they were the team that beat NIP a couple of weeks ago. Josie played on 200 ping, as Steph mentioned. Is that going to be a factor? Well, honestly, yeah, it really is. It's going to be a really terrifying prospect for Big Equipa. But look, they've got Zana, third highest rated player at ESL Impact overall in Season 3. You've got D7, who's really been up in her game. It's exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited to jump into it. We're getting into Inferno, our first map of this best of 3 between Big Equipa and NIP, the revenge map from ESL Impact. Let's see what Big have to show us this time around. We've got the dual Berettas out on Zana, and we have a very slow progress over towards B early from the CTs, but not going to be an issue at the moment. D7 gets a little bit of information down towards second mid, but NIP, they've been given Banana for free.
No, you haven't. There isn't really a smoke to defend this either. You got to rely on Jenny placing a pretty decent grenade. You got Ida that can flash on contact at the very least, and thankfully, Josie is rotating. Execute starts to come in. Here we go.
No, Ida gets one shot off, but forced on back. Jenny's smoked off currently, so they're allowed free access into the bomb site. Nothing really stopping them at all here. The bullets going on through. That's a nice HE, sorry. Does take a lot of HP out. And then the bullets come through from Jenny R to finish the job. So first kill does go the way of Big Equipa. Boost comes through, not spotting anything just yet. And it's actually still going to be difficult. They're all coming from the same positions on the big side.
Look at this crossfire as well. So difficult to break on the site. And then you got the extra element of Banana. As you mentioned, Lucy, it looks very narrow-minded. Everyone in at once. And here we go. All the kills churned up in a matter of moments. NIP, what a way to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, what can you even say about that? That's crazy. 4 of them there, ready to pounce as soon as Big Equipa give any sort of sign of flash. And, well, heads are rolling after that one. Get to see it back again, but it was over before it even really got to begin.
Yeah, that's really good. We're talking about fundamentals. It's these afterplants. NIP are so strong when they get the ball rolling and they find the opening kill as well. You try and unstitch those crossfires. It can be a very difficult task. A little bit of a stack coming in. Of course, Big, they've gone for the eco. They want to bring the rifles out ASAP, which gives a lot of leverage for Astra, Jenkin, and Paulie to make some cash on the MAC-10s.
I gotta get them Mackie 10s in the faces of Big Equipa. It's a good start. Looking for a follow-up as well. Reaping the reward of these eco frags. And still 3 more to find. It's like looking for Wally, but there's 3 Wallies, and every time you kill Wally, he gives you money. So it's not really anything like Where's Wally? When you think about it.
No.
Not one that you should be letting kids play at any rate. But okay, well, they do lose 1 player, and that bomb is actually kind of isolated from everybody else at the moment. Naomi has to be careful here. She drops this bomb, it gets a little bit spooky. You can see already she's a little bit worried. And, oh, she's been gone down. Oh, no, not like this. Okay, she's able to recover 1, 2, 3. Naomi, that is huge.
Yeah, it might be triple Wally, but it's just all dubs in the chat for Naomi. That's insane on the Galil. What a recovery in towards second mid. She was so isolated. That round could have gone really out of hand. But as we take a look back at this replay, I mean, the round should always be in NIP's favor. The fact that it's just a little cherry on top, the sparkling of Naomi adding and showing off her individual capabilities. Kind of highlights our points that we were making before we jumped into the map. But for all the marbles already, Lucy, round number 3, pretty decent buy out the gate for Big Equipa. They're ready to try and stake their claim here on Inferno.
Yeah, and what we just saw that last round, that's a small mistake you can't be making if you're NIP. Obviously, Naomi recovers it with that fantastic spray control. She finds all 3, but, you know, if she goes down there, she'd already been dinked on through. Suddenly that bomb's out in the open, you picked up a Galil, and it's a 3v3 potentially, so small little details that you can't afford to be making those mistakes against teams of this caliber, because Big will capitalize.
It's the little teething issues we're seeing during the newest iteration of this roster. Still need time to gel, work as a well-oiled machine, rather than one that just keeps stopping and starting. And with 1 minute left on the clock, they've established control in top banana. Now they're looking for top brackets, but look at this stack out of Big Equipa. Everyone, bar Josie, is here, and Zana wants to get pushing. Shoulder spotted. Nades, they're caught completely off guard. Kiara will at least find a double, but it's a 3 versus 3.
Ooh, she finds a 3rd as well. Ida goes down. D7 in the pit, the only surviving member. She can use the smoke to her advantage. That rotation is coming on through, but she's under pressure. NIP know they have to deal with her first, and they line up for D7. Takes them both down, and Big with the stack come on through.
Yeah, I mean, that's really well played from Big Equipa. This is something you're going to see a lot out of CT side teams on Inferno. These gambles more over to one side of the map than the other. But just when you think Kiara is snapping next, left, right, center, it's D7 in the pit, the unknown element, and she has got a lot of weight on her shoulders, and yet under the pressure, the most experienced player on the server so far has really come into her element. When Big Equipa need her most early into the game, D7's there.
You love to see it. You also love to see this aggression. When you got 200 ping, hold W. That's the answer. Go for those 200 millisecond peaks.
You can see it kind of like wobbling as we're watching her.
Yeah, exactly. Well, once again, going to be testing into short, and D7 is going to be answering with the kill. Zana now stepping up for her chance. Does get 1, falls on back. A lot of damage done onto Naomi as well. So this round not going too greatly, and oh my god, felt like Paulie should have had that kill dead to rights, but D7, one of the sharpest headshotters out there, makes short work of her. So now, if I'm NIP, and I've seen Juicy tweet that she's got 200 ping, I'm going to punish her. Pro tip to NIP, if you're watching, do that.
They're not watching.
They watch back and they're like, wow, how did we lose this? They'll hear this moment where I told them to punish Josie, and they'll be like, oh yeah, we should have done that.
Hi NIP in the future. It's B-Dog from the past. Go B. Yeah, I think what's interesting is you see the reaction literally from round to round. It's Big Equipa start pushing top brackets last round, catch NIP out of utility. What's the What's the play here for NIP? Well, okay, we know they did that, so let's just play contact. Let's hold our guns out instead so we don't get caught off guard. But then they just swing, and there's a lot of overstepping. There's too much overfacing, which allows D7 and Zana to get these easy kills where they're on the elevated angles. They're walking straight into the crosshairs, and it just feels very difficult. So although we are seeing the immediate reaction, and that's something that we do look for teams trying to improve on mid-game, that was kind of a little bit too far the other way, in my opinion.
There's D7 getting that kill. All right, it's still a little bit of an Orky Momo for NIP because obviously they saved 2 AKs on that T side. Everyone had 2K for that lost bonus, so they've had to force around it. One Tech 9 could get dropped over, so at least that's something to allow some utility to come through. It does mean they are working with pistols on 3 players, which is never ideal. Jenny R this time, the one getting up into Banana. I think that's one of the cool things about Big is this kind of Jenny R, Josie double duo of like just 2 players that are not afraid to take fights.
Well, NIP, it looked like they really wanted to go in towards short there, but that one incendiary, it completely cancels the plan. Now we go into page number 17 of the strat book. Doesn't work out top bracket, so let's try Banana. Yet again, it is just Josie here. Tell you what, a lot of responsibility being given to her despite the internet issues that we obviously keep highlighting. The fact that they do trust her just says a lot about the chemistry and the cohesion in the team. And look at this from D7. NIP are going to have no idea about this.
Yeah, she's going to get the first one easy, tap away, and now she can just chill out here. Okay, maybe she can just kill some more. Why not? Jenny R going to be getting one as they push through the smoke. Josie here tucked into the corner. All the reactions, you can see it right there. That's that ping. But there is Ida to finish the job anyway with a double. So Big have no issues against the 2 rifles around the pistols.
Yeah, a little bit more expected, that one for Big Equipa, for it to be going their way. But this is what they did last time out against NIP. It was consistent variations, especially on the CT side. And it's the mid-round aggressive playstyles, even through middle. That's what we saw when these 2 teams last faced off against each other, and it caught NIP off guard. I would have assumed they would have been a little bit more prepped for it, but it's just the timing that Big Equipa are deciding to elect to push in. It's so sensible. It's when they've got all the information, when they feel like it's the safest point to do so, and it is just working round after round.
Now, Brandon, we've just got some pistols here, so I want to take this moment, because they're probably just going to eaten up here, unless something crazy happens. You casted the last time these 2 teams met up in that matchup where Big took it away. In fact, actually, hold up. This isn't the right time of the question.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay,
it's fine.
they get mowed down. Yeah, tell me what happened in that series. Just give us the quick recap.
So it was basically Ida, Jenny R being really aggressive on T side. They were kind of taking every single fight that presented themselves to Big Equipa. They were really applying equal amounts of pressure on both sides of the map, which is something you can really do on Vertigo, but not really so much on Inferno. But anyway, they were being really aggressive, and then it was Ida, especially on CT sides and D7, that were just being such nuisances. And it's just the consistent pushing, especially in the mid rounds. NIP, they want to get set up. They're like, okay, we've got control. Let's try and take, and then they get shut down. Here in this one, you've got a Banana take. Josie jump spots, gathers information, potentially not 1, but 2. That allows Zana just to post.
Oh. She spotted 1. You're going to jump peek that again? No, absolutely not. And that's the right call. G7, has she spotted Kiara crossing here? I feel like there might have been a timing here where she's managed to slip through. Oh my God, that's so sharp from Kiara. And now D7's a little bit worried because, oh my God, Kiara just keeps on going. Jenny R almost caught off guard, and now she's under pressure. D7's been holding shift the whole time, wants to arrive and help her teammate out, and well, she's going to do just that. Jenny R gets that second on the fall down, but D7 is keeping things under control. You thought Kiara was sharp, well, D7, she's got that whetstone out, and her blade is completely pristine, glistening with the blood of her opponents. Jenkin has a difficult 1v3 to pull off here. Bomb collected. With such little health and so many players to get past. And, well, that's a nice shot onto D7 and a second one onto Jenny R. Suddenly, we're cooking. A 1v1 now presents itself. She can hear Josie. Josie's got so much ping right now. And Jenkin, oh, she can't quite control it. Had to be the headshot with such little HP. Josie able to clutch it out.
What an insane round. Just we get to see a pure showcase of just mechanical brilliance from both sides of the server. Firstly, we've got Kiara just snapping heads from Ida. Jenkin finds a little bit of success in towards Banana, and we'll get back to her in a minute, because what's so impressive is Ida staying alive for so long to allow this flank at D7 to even become a possibility. And yeah, you think the round's over? Hang on a second. No, it's really not. Jenkin versus Josie. It comes down to the 1 versus 1, and just enough HP to lock in the headshot. Big Equipa starting to build a little bit of a buffer between themselves and NIP.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crazy round. A lot of chaos being sown on both sides, and while Josie's going for the aggressive peak, but yeah, it's a tough one to be taking when you've obviously, I mean, I feel like we've over-mentioned it now, but
I think so.
It's such a key thing, right? It's always going to be tough going for those aggressive peaks like that. Ooh. You have to flick quickly. D7 has been very curious in the apartments, and well, curiosity, we know what it did to the cat, and it does just that to D7.
Oh, good flash as well. Jenkin removed, and that's all the control relinquished off Banana for NIPs. They feel like they're going to force their hand and try and attempt to go in towards A. Zana, again, the incendiary is always well timed, but it doesn't actually split up the attack. Paulie delivers a devastating headshot, and if you're Jenny R and Ida, the money, whilst it is built up for Ida, not so much so on the other members of the team. Got to get out of there, concede the round.
Yeah, I think the incendiary was just like a little bit too late, actually, like in terms of they were already on top of it when it landed. So, of course, they're going to commit. Got the player coming out apps at the same time. And Zana had too much on her plate to deal with at that moment. And that also Josie going down to Banana earlier, requiring that extra rotation over towards B. NIP acknowledged that. And then they put the pressure on towards A as soon as D7 goes down. So well executed, well handled, and a nice third round.
Yeah, really nicely done from NIP. I like the decision making. Again, we're talking about reactions. The flash play comes in at B, Jenkin gets removed, but NIP, they don't just kind of sit back, wait for the next play to come to them. They take the initiative. It's everyone moving as a unit. It's pack mentality, which results in good trade spacing. And Big Equipa this time do get overwhelmed. The crossfire just doesn't really help out, and that's what we're looking for. The instantaneous reactions and the speed of them. Nice little boost up in the corner to prevent all of the damage and making sure you keep all of the weapons.
Well, Big get another shot now with those save players. They have everything they need. And again, it's pace towards B. And Jenkin's been given all this space for free. There's no contestation from Big through that initial barrage, but then let NIP take control. And this setup they've got, which is not uncommon with the AWP there, there's a huge timer on this because you don't have a player out towards long. So they have to dismantle it. And Josie's taking the initiative, doesn't quite connect with the head though. Jenny R does. So it's a 1-for-1 on Banana.
Yeah, normally there you have a second flash coming in to help out Josie, but Ida only had one. Zana removes herself from the balcony, positions herself on short, holding for Boiler, holding for NIP. And it feels like she might be successful as well, unless they start to creep past. They're going towards long instead. But hello, Jenny R's rotated in just in time, but only finds one kill.
All right, but Zana's still here. She knows they're coming from long. Spots one, drops the bomb, can reposition, but Naomi is so sharp with it. Another blistering headshot, and it puts Ida now in the clutch. 1 versus 2. Smoked off as well, makes it all the more difficult, but she does have that kit and has utility of her own. Oh, a secondary smoke lands in her face. It's actually a little bit off the mark. She's able to walk on through, spots out Naomi, she falls. Has to find this last player, and Paulie suspects the pits, but that is exactly when Paulie decides to strike. And NIP went out the clutch.
I think an interesting conversation point is the fact that Our analysts, ourselves, we're getting really hyped about Astra and her phenomenal performance. Instead, it's the rest of NIP elevating their level while Astra's being a bit quiet. Think about how scarier this can potentially become if Astra starts to find form, especially on the CT side.
Yeah, I think that's where we're really looking towards Astra to step out, right? Given Inferno and the way AWPing works, it's so rare to see it have a lot of impact, except in post-plants on the T side. They should be able to deal with this without too much issue.
Yeah.
Paulie just tucks on through, Kiara comes on, and yeah, no casualties. Bombs escaped. And Astra gets a kill. There you go. Well, it's a second, but now she's got the AWP out. She can get warmed up. Nice round to do it. Kiara hitting heads. 5 apiece now, all tied up.
Good timing on this pause. Spoke about it in the last series, the fact that G2 didn't really use any in their series. Now for Big, look, scoreline is level. You're about to dig deep into your pockets. Perfect time to take 30 seconds. Make sure you're all on the same page. What do you want to achieve with this round? Zana's on the AWP. Do you want to get her involved early, or she can play more of a passive line? Do we use utility to get her onto B? There's so many questions now flowing through Big Equipa's heads. This is why you take 30 seconds. You make sure that everyone is ready. Everyone's following from the same page. You can get this one on lock. Let's see if these 30 seconds are going to result in a success.
They've just about got that AWP out. I'd have had enough cash to get that one for Zana. Take it in towards mid. Astra, oh, the tag onto D7 on that cross. Lucky to be alive, jumped on over. Was just the leg where the bullet collided. She's put on notice early. This time around, Big have done a bit better of taking the banana control. The smoke goes very deep. They've got supportive utility to keep NIP at bay. They have to respect the smoke, have to wait it on out and retake banana, which has been something that they've been given a lot of these rounds.
Look at this, another layer. Really are keen to fight and show that they've got presence here. Josie's even going to run through the molly. Now, she has been doing this a lot, getting up close and personal. This flashbang should completely blind her, but it doesn't really. And Josie actually finds 2. A little bit delayed, but Naomi and Jenkin will hit the deck, and suddenly things get a little bit difficult. Astra will at least trade back. 3 on 4. Still the player advantage for Big Equipa, but there's only 45 seconds left.
Yeah, because all of this is taking place towards banana. NIP, their only control has been towards top mid, and look how many big players are here. Still have to deal with D7 as well, who has been an absolute menace in the pit. She's dropped a smoke ahead of time. Now she can just play around this position, has the support of Jenny R, and actually she starts to move on out. So D7 is going to be the only one here. They come on through. Oh, the HE blows her out of the server. Jenny R not able to find the kills. And well, there might have been 3 players here, but now it's just corpses. And Ida, she has to save.
Yeah, just like the HE's landing on pit, that whole defense was blown to smithereens. NIP, that was a really nice choreographed routine to conclude their final destination in round number 11. Yet again, what I'm really impressed with is just obviously they get a little bit fortunate with Zana worrying about B, so she starts to rotate, actually unscopes her AWP. But the trade space, gotta comment on it again. The fact that NIP, when they do enter the bomb site, there's no real opportunity for Big Equipa to find a multi-kill, and that has really tightened up as the half has progressed, and that's why we've seen them build back into this game.
Yeah, good stuff, and that was from a 3v5.
Yeah.
Obviously, Josie was in a super tough spot. Astra able to get that one, but yeah, just great entrance onto the site. But unfortunate there. They were caught off guard. You can see Big were kind of partway through rotating. I think they kind of had a wrong read on the situation. Didn't want to leave a solo player over towards B for that long. And now, well, we got Josie with the Mag 7.
Nice.
Everyone's excited to see this. Oh, I say she spotted one, but she was full blind on that, and she still is. Tucked into the corner, Mag 7 ready to strike. All the utility running on over. The jump shot does not quite connect, or at least maybe it slightly grazes one, but that's all. Now Sheeson taking a lot of utility damage. Forced on forward by a Molotov, and it's to her doom. Naomi and Kiara, it's twin frags for the twins, and Kiara adds another one. There's always one sibling that just wants to be a little bit better than the other. You can do it, I can do it better. Now Jenny well, what can you do? Probably save the M4, no?
Oh, no, you can't.
Probably not.
That is wild. And you're right, and it's, of course, just friendly competition, but it's like, it's interesting to have that kind of, we kind of can frame that as like a little bit of a face-off between Kiara and Naomi. And if they're trying to match each other and they're trying to best each other's efforts, I mean, that's only to Nip's kind of resolve and improvement, and that's to bigger keeper's detriment. Now we take a look at this buy, Lucy. I mean, it can come in, it's fine. There's going to be limited utility. You got to prioritize probably your weaponry, especially with Zana immediately going for this investment, but it was a limited utility that actually forced over the rotates in the previous round anyway, because if we cast our minds back, it was the re-aggression, the redeployment of the second wave of utility, the volley, that actually enabled Josie to get that second kill in the first place. They kind of denied and came back to bite Bigger Keeper in the late round because they were so worried. They had limited information, didn't have control over towards the balcony, as often they have been achieving with D7. So it's a tough decision to be making, and it's compromises that potentially need to be made here just to round out this first half.
Yeah, I guess knowing, I believe we've got a little bit of a tech. Presumably, there's a lot of tippity-typing happening in the chattity-wattity.
Clickety-clackety.
Clickety-clackety goes the keyboard. Yeah, so I guess in the rematch, NIP have started strong here, as we expected, right? I think we kind of are looking to NIP to comfortably probably take Inferno, just based on the past histories of these two teams. So we'll see what Big can muster up. Feels like I kind of want to get the last 3 rounds to really feel any sort of comfort when the side switch.
Definitely. The fact that this started 5-2 in favor of Bigger Keeper, and now NOP have won 5 in a row. Very momentum heavy. This series could be. Zana, that's a very important shot to be missing.
Hey, you don't see with too many of those. Normally pretty quick on the trigger, but does happen. You miss every shot you don't take. But you should still try and hit a lot of them. Words of advice from Wayne Gretzky. Is that his name? Who knows? Oh, Josie spotted.
Oh. Imagine.
Imagine. Kiara, that smoke Gucci, it's going to force her forward. I love that, but I love that more. Zana, ready for the aggression, flicks onto the doorway filled with smoke and takes down Kiara. Now they start to hit onto B. Smoke deployed and they're through. Josie can't do anything to stop this. Maybe a little bit of spam if she wants to, waiting for the bomb to start get planted, but hasn't come through just yet. Paulie's going to bring it over now. Jenkins found Zana through the smoke. That one hurts. Josie can't quite connect.
Difficult retake. It's one of those where with limited utility, do you even want to give it a look in? You need D7 to rotate over. There are kits available. That's the important part here for Big, but the timer is nearly already halfway gone. Jenkins spots out a plethora of Bigger Keeper players, and she's just going to keep swinging. Goes 1 for 1, but now Paulie and Astra can come in for the crossfire, but hang on a second. We're in the 1 versus 1. Jenny no! Gets nailed through the smoke. Pinned against the coffin, and Astra, she's coming alive now. NIP looking deadly.
Oh, that's the worst position to be in with the AWP when the bomb is being defused and a smoke is in your face on top banana. You have one shot, one opportunity. She seizes it. She takes it. It's beautiful. We get that opener again.
Spaghetti.
Yeah, I mean, these AWPers, they don't need a seer to take you down. And it was such a good retake, you know, considering the lack of utility, right? They had that single smoke coming on through. They almost made it work. That was a wrap on that round. And now we get a bit of pace, a bit of a beat into this one. Naomi found Ida elsewhere, but
yeah,
this one's going through here. What?
Oh, I thought you were going to like 8-bar the rest of the round.
No, well...
You're like, rap, beat on it. I was like, all right.
Yeah, I was just...
I was ad-libbing.
Yeah, it's just, you know.
Sheesh. Go on, Paulie. Pop off.
Sheesh. It's Paulie in the house. Let's go.
Was that a Corey in the house reference?
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, it's fine. That was a Disney Channel show when I was young.
Actually, it's really funny you say that because I was going to make a, you know, when we did the whole thing with our glasses and like,
yeah,
you know, and I was, you know, I said Agent Banks. I was going to say no relation to Cody, but I didn't know if that would land with everyone. Agent Cody Banks.
No.
No, see, that's why I didn't say it. But shout out to Agent Cody Banks fans out there. Oh. Okay, that one's unfortunate for Zana. But another great shot from Kiara, and, well, her sister chimes in as well. Jenkin gets into the mix. Everybody is falling. 4 big at the moment. NIP on cruise control, but Genial has something to say with a kill back, almost a second through the smoke. And maybe it might just be, you know, that HE not going to do the trick. And this is the last round of the half, so something heroic has to come on through. That flashbang might have been just it, but there was just too many players to deal with. Target selection, a difficult one in that moment. So it's all now on to D7, 1 versus 4. And saving the world here for her, looking like it's going to be incredibly difficult. No kit either. So chances nullified by Kiara's bullets. It's 10 rounds to the half for NIP.
Welcome back in, everyone. We're here just on the prefaces of the second half between Big Equipa and NIP. And Lucy, I don't know about you, but I was so impressed with NIP. Like, you gotta think about their reactions, the timing of things, the little clues they were gathering all around the map, and the final destination they execute right at the very end was just immediate, and it was really impactful, and you can see by the scoreline.
Yeah, 8 rounds in a row at the tail end of that half to get them to that 10 next to their name at the top. And now they want to add an 11th, but will Big stop them? Let's see. Kiara, dual Berettas in hand. She has been absolutely phenomenal so far. How many can she find here? Ready for the contact to come on through. Jenny are about to tease as she's jiggling the corner. Not fully committed yet. There's a player playing anti-flash in the sandbags as well. NIP have a perfect setup, but the first play is deleted. That flashbang is good, but the trade is better. And so they break on through. Naomi out in the open, and she is dropped to the floor. What was a perfect setup from NIP falls to pieces.
That is wild. You do not expect it going that way, but maybe there's an opportunity for this retake. Astra Pauly galloping down Banana, trying to find heads, skulls to put up top of their mantelpiece. However, it's going to be a bit difficult, especially with Josie holding the cross. She does find the first. Oh, and the second. Josie, what on earth is that?
Yeah, that's absolutely insane from Josie. How'd she manage that? 3 kills in that round, doubles her kills in just 1 round with the pistols. And I honestly think the T side is where we're going to see her shine. She can go in and go hard, and we saw it here. That's also a disgusting tap from Ida.
Oh.
Some insane shots from both sides of the survey. Yeah, that is. How do you do that? How do you do that?
I can't believe that setup didn't find success.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Especially with the HE. Jenkin threw the HE as well, soften them up for the Julies, but no.
Flashbang was good.
Yeah. Loving this stack. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh.
We both like it. That's what makes it, that's how you know it's good. We both like it. Often we'll, you know, be in different minds about things. Yeah, see? How good's that?
However, they got the info, and now Astra is all on her lonesome on A. Difficult angle to clear, but you're wrapping long, so it feels maybe pretty free, although D7's in library and hasn't cleared the bomb site. Ida overlooks Astra. No, she turns back around, but Astra still drops the bomb regardless. That allows the time for NIP to ground together and get up towards short. Jenkin with another headshot. 2 versus 2, and it's just USPs. But it's fine.
It's all good.
Yeah.
No need to get stressed here, guys. D7's here with a firm hand on the steering wheel, guides them into their destination, which was winning that round. So they do convert. It's a little costly, and it's going to mean that, you know, we've got a Mac 10 in the mix the next round. No Galil there. Only the AK is held on over. That's a pretty cool round from NIP, all things considered. I mean, Astra gets away with murder here, quite literally. Trying the trigger discipline is a decision, right? It's kind of crazy that she decides to go for that. But, well, that's her kill. Keeps them honest. Now we get out the guns for NIP. Not going to be the prettiest. A little utility lacking. And you can see Big, they don't want to let them get comfortable. They're going fast. Out towards long. Astra is spotted. Drops out the flash. She wants to keep fighting this, and it's good. One was playing anti, though. Josie able to swing around. Kiara in the site. Wanted to fight as well, and Pauly's found D7. Kiara fighting, and she's finding frags left, right, and center.
Insane from Kiara. Her anchoring has been on point the last couple of weeks, but that is just a testament to it. That's even after, yet again, Big Equipa find the opening kill, unable to convert from the advantageous situations. But look at the head glitch that Kiara was playing, and she nails every single shot. 17-9 right now.
Superb. You know, this is that Astra really needing to fire up. I imagine we'll get that AWP out on her eventually, but should be happy with the AK for now. We just have a couple of upgraded pistols here for Big. That HE, if it had been a little bit later, could have caught a few, but instead, they're going to avoid it. Pauly spots one, decides not to drop the smoke. She wants them to come to her. She wants the fight. Okay, now she's going to deploy it, and they're going to come on through. They have to go through the gray screen, and she can just farm them up. Yum, 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 says Paulie. Eats him up like a dinner well done.
Yeah, that's actually a really good decision, just to kind of hesitate on the smoke and then pull it in the doorway. Because as you mentioned, they've just got to come through and their vision is like partially obscured. It's always going to be a difficult watch on the Tech-9s going for an apps play like that. Especially when the setup looks pretty damn good for NIP. And you're right, rifles out, rounds secured. And yet again, we've kind of got this half investment coming out of Big Equipa. It doesn't feel the best. You can assume that NIP should be converting this, which means next rifle round, you're going up quite a deficit here. And NIP would just be 3 steps away from taking their map pick.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked the force in the round prior, given the loss bonus wasn't there. Unless you get the bomb plant, even then, it's not worth it. So I think if you're going to have to eco this one anyway, you may as well have... Could have had maybe a couple of Galils out, I think, with the money they had on at least 1 or 2 players, but... Alas, not the case, and now they're just going to be putting a bit of pace on. Naomi in a good angle, gets 2 and 3, and she is looking for more. Not stopping is Naomi. All 5 fall to her.
It's Kiara on one side, Naomi on the other. It's Twin Sanity on the server. You can't get past them, Lucy. It is absurd. The mechanical ability being shown right now. I mean, the ace is just the cherry on top to what has been a phenomenal showing of Inferno by NIP. And I guess to come back to your point as well, talking about the partial investments made in both rounds, kind of see that a lot out of French teams in the scene. And what the difference being and why they want to do it is to prioritize a heavy focus on utility. The conversation piece was there as well for Ida dropping the AWP over to Zana. But as mentioned previously in that first half, AWP in T-side Inferno can be quite difficult. You don't really get the full range of angles. You don't really get the opportunity to kind of take these fights on your terms. That's why it makes it such a difficult map to snipe on. So instead, Big Equipa, they've gone for full AKs and they've got a lot of utility at their disposal, which is fundamental to Inferno.
Ooh, look at the speed from Jenkins. She spotted out a lot of players, but they're not giving her easy fights. Even gets the dink onto D7, but responded in kind. And all right, a lot of kills going everywhere early on, but it's the AKs from Big that come out ahead. 2 players brought down very low, which does make this tantalizing for Naomi, who's made her way over here. Walk past this mid-smoke. Asher spotted out 1, but that's all it's going to be. And now Naomi has to pull off something unbelievable. All players are incredibly low, but Jenny R phases the smoke, able to catch her out before she can do any further damage.
Quite big as well, because it was aggression coming out of NIP. It's a good moment to bring it out because you know that the economy has just been replenished. You're going to have all the AK, so you want to get up close and try and disrupt, but it was really well handled by Big Equipa. The fact that they only lose 1 player in amongst all of that.
And now we get to see the AWP out for Astra, so I'm excited. All eyes on Astra. Maybe not yet, but, you know, because she's not seeing anything right now. But keep an eye on Astra. Maybe like your back corner of your left eye on Astra at all times. She could just pop out of the window like a spectre in the night, watching your nightmares. At least those are big, potentially.
Did you say a keeper eye on?
Okay.
Because if you didn't, that would have been good, eh?
Oh, I wish I had. That's so funny. A keeper eye on. All right, flash being set up. Astra's going.
Astra's going to take contact first, and then it'll be the flash after for the rifle. But Jenny R, what a shot. Completely puts ruin to the plan, or does it? Naomi with the double up, caught with nades in her pockets, but it doesn't really matter. Although maybe it does, because D7 has found 2 kills over on A, but bombs drops. Jenkins swaps to the AWP. D7 now has to go try and retake. AWP swings out, 1v1. D7 has to try and make the ascent up and land the shot, and she does.
D7, unbelievable, right? Not only did she win out that 1v1, but the fact that she found a double kill over towards A on both players on that side of the map, that's insane that she's able to pull that off. That's the winning moment, even though we didn't quite get to see it because everyone was dying over in Banana. Only one player lived from this entire fray, but D7 getting both these kills sets her up to be able to take this. If she, I mean, yeah, she had to win them. That's the game, the map. Insane. What a player.
Couple of smudges for NIP. Maybe try and get them involved down Banana. No, instead it's just the M4s. So how are they playing this with the MP9s on top brackets? Well, they're trying to get close in towards Boiler. Fantastic grenade. Lands right into D7. Catches it, but it's probably not the best decision to do that. Falls below 50 HP. But for Big, they're gathering information right now over towards B, but they want to go A.
Yeah, Kiara, this angle's not great with the MP9, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit of a toughie. Has support from Astra, who's also got an MP9. Oh, a boost. Now this I like. The smoke is here. It's gonna grant a little bit of a one-way almost. Oh, not quite though. Zana posts up and they decide to dismantle. Couldn't quite connect. Ida gets a drive-by shot into Kiara as she's escaping. Zan is edging on forward. Paulie on the other side with the M4. The wrap coming on through. This one's falling apart for NIP. Astra in the side, just the MP9. As mentioned, doesn't finish either of them off. Almost a double kill. If she'd had a rifle, you can be assured it would have been so, but that is not the world we live in. And instead it means Naomi and Jenkin have to save.
Yeah, this is really good. This breaks the economy of NIP. Because you don't force into this. I wouldn't have fought with the 2 save rifles. It should just be pistols surrounding them as that limited support network. But that means that Big Equipa will be up to 13-11. Fundamentally, just 1 gun round at that stage from tying up the scoreline. So this game, despite looking a little bit far out of reach for Big, it is coming there step by step, closer and closer than NIP might be ready for.
Yeah, no, it's really good to see this T side. It looks really impressive from Big. And it's really interesting because the 2 players for both these teams, and we kind of touched on it before, that are kind of the superstars that are always outperforming everyone else in the server, are Zana and Astra. And it feels like we haven't really had to see too much from either of them so far. It's been the riflers that have been getting it done on both sides of the server.
Do you think that is because of Inferno, though? Or do we expect a little bit more despite the map pick for both of these players?
I mean, normally I'd say, yeah, Inferno doesn't necessarily lend itself to AWPers, particularly on the T side, right? It's a really strong post-plant weapon, but not really in terms of...
Sorry, Astra has 4 smokes.
Okay, that's a lot. But, you know, it's still, you expect to see a lot, particularly on the CT side. And I think particularly these 2 players individually, I've seen both of them do a lot on this map before. Inferno used to be a map that Big used to favor a lot in the old lineup. We've seen it a lot less this year from them, which is fine. You know, they've changed their map pull up a bit, bringing Anubis in. But, you know, I still think of Zana as being a player that can really find a lot of impact here. And Astra can really do it. She's proven it time and time again.
Oh, look at this, D7. So smart. Cerebral plays coming out of the lurker. That's why she's there, playing her role to perfection. That's one of the rifles dropped and it can't be recovered, and D7 is ensuring it. Even more kills. Hey guys, I've rolled out the red carpet. A, open, unlocked for business.
Yeah, Astra can have as many smokes as she wants. There's no round coming her way. No one's coming to beat. She's blazing alone. Jenny, well, she might give her some company shortly. Tucked into the corner. Astra is going to potentially clear. No. Dead. Okay, well, at least the trade does come. And will Astra get to hold on to the AK? Probably.
Yeah.
Hunting, not a good idea if you're Big at this stage.
It certainly isn't. These rounds have been quite close. Money not yet really established for Big, but the important thing is the numbers in the top middle of the screen, right? The facts that they are now just 2 rounds away from equalizing against NIP. This is the big one, though. This is the round that's going to determine a lot. I wonder if Astra is going to drop the AK over and buy an AWP. You'd imagine so, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Paulie can buy one. I mean, this was just against a couple of rifles. You know, they had to go for a bit of an aggressive play for NIP. You have to go for something different. So I don't blame them with the walkout, but I really love the way the Big handled that one. Patience, a virtue.
Yeah.
And Big Keeper looking very virtuous.
I think the theory behind the round was good, but the execution a little bit flawed because, say, the pistol player went first, there was an opportunity for the M4 to trade out onto D7. So, small micro things, but that's me. I'm a nitpicker.
A nitpicker?
Yeah. No?
No, nip. Nip is it?
Oh, that's... Damn it. Yeah. All right, 1-1.
Well, we both could have had puns, and Kiara, she could have had a kill, but no, Josie's the one that gets it done. Paulie now deploys that smoke, but a lot of players coming her way. Steps up for that first kill, and Astra, she swings out for two, making a third. Astra is going lights out over here on the A bomb site. Can't quite get enough bullets to take down Zana, but the USP gets it done, gets herself the AWP, and arrives in the server.
There we go. And I said, oh, is Astra going to buy the AWP? No. Keeps the AK, and that is exactly why. Imagine if she had the sniper in that position. Obviously, they would be playing probably a very different setup, but the impact is heard. It's deafening for Big Equipa, and suddenly they're back to square one. What a round from Astra. It's the IGL leading from the front, stepping forward into the limelight, and now NIP are only a few steps away from taking their map pick.
Yeah, that's what we expect to see from Astra. Fantastic quad kill. What a hold. And this is kind of do or die now for Big. I mean, yeah, it is, right? You're giving up 15 if you lose this one. And money is reset. You're back onto really maybe some Galils or an AK if you're lucky. They have kept a little bit of extra cash on D7 and Ida to facilitate that next purchase. Naomi gets edging on forward. The retake utility for Top Banana deployed. She's going to juggle over a second barrage of it as well. Going to flush out once the sound cues come through that someone is Top Banana, and they're going to force them into Naomi's crosshair.
They're going to flash to get Naomi on the angle, and then the molly's going to go deep just past the half wall to separate these players. Although it just doesn't quite work out. Naomi will find the kill at the very least. Incendiary, it's a change of course. Flushed forward in to try and stop Josie, and now Jenkins got an overwhelming amount of pressure to contend with. But in actual fact, it's Astra that finds Josie. 4 on 3. Kiara rotating in quick proximity, and this flashbang's being lined up.
Yeah, they're in a tough position on the T side here. They're going to have to fight their way through, and they know it. It's beautiful, but Astra hits a fantastic shot. D7 trying to bring something back, but now she's the only one alive, and Astra has her pinned on in. Playing patient around the corner, not giving her an easy fight. As soon as her teammate goes down on the site, Astra knows it is time to strike. 15 secured for NIP.
Do you know what? I really rate that attempt from Big Equipa. Typically, when you plant the bomb, you want to take more control beyond the bomb site to give you a little bit more opportunity in the after plant. The fact that they fight forward nearly comes at the perfect moment. D7. Really unfortunate. Astra hits the shot. 15-11. Oh my, look at the buy as well. It is not ideal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at least they got the bomb plant, so they got rifles out. But it's a tough one for them to have to pull off. Triple quad set up over towards A. Rotating player in Naomi makes her way over. Now the hit comes on through. Kiara spots out one. Josie goes down for free. She's looking for more, but Zana has taken down Naomi. And now they're going to swing on through. Jenkins boosts up on the flower pots, does find one back. And Kiara, she's taken the initiative into her own hands. 2 big kills, takes the map. 16-11 for NIP.
Yeah, what a try. A very good effort from Big Equipa to try and build back in the second half of this second half. That's not the right sentence, but anyway, they attempted the comeback, but it was that swing round when NIP had all the investment. Astra with the 4K. it really just set the tone for the rest of the half. It ensured that NIP were able to secure their map pick, because I'll be honest, they were looking a little bit shaky here on the defense.
Yeah, I was really impressed by what Big showed us on that T side. It felt like the comeback was on. They were really shining, but NIP, a few crucial rounds went their way. Some of these holds, particularly over towards the A side, were just phenomenal. Naomi, a masterclass on both sides of the server. Her and Kiara were stepping up in spades. And that was where Astra was a little bit quieter than usual, but not necessarily an issue when you have so many solid fraggers around you. We did get the sick 4K from Astra though, so she wasn't completely silent. Just shows her time of when she wanted to strike.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also important to give Paulie her flowers, because it was the fact that she has been a little bit, not absent, that's not really fair, but has not really been reaching the level that she really achieved when she started on her tenure with NIP. But that's all for map 1. We're going to throw it to a very short break. When we come back, it's the desk to break it all down.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to my futuristic studio here at Gamers Without Borders. Now, it would appear that some adjustments need to be made. Steph, I'm going to come to you. The question is, are these adjustments minimal, or are we talking a complete tactical overhaul for Big?
For Inferno on Big, for Big on Inferno, I think that not really a major overall, but what we saw today is that when key players don't show up, the cohesion wasn't enough to beat a team like NiP. So one of the best players on Big just kind of didn't show up. It felt like a D7, like, one-woman affair. I was so impressed. She was cutting her enemies with like a knife in a cake, but unfortunately she was kind of the only one doing that. And so I don't know if my metaphors make sense, Heather, and if you agree with it, but
makes perfect sense, Steph. Yeah, perfect sense. Yeah, D7 just all over the place, like cutting off those flanks, taking sites for herself, calling the rest of her team over. So she had some really good moments, but on the other side, like NiP again, just looked very clean. I think even B-Dog mentioned it, like Naomi and Kiara are kind of competing against each other to see who could get how many more 3Ks, you know, aces. They looked really good. Those two have been playing together for a long time, and their chemistry was very obvious here. And then, you know, even Astra stepped it up eventually. Like we pointed out, the Astros struggled a bit, but big players know how to make big plays when it matters most.
Yeah, the cohesion from NIP was brilliant, but also just the frags were just absolutely out of control, as you could hear from both of our casters. But in case you missed that map, do not worry, because we have some highlights for you. And Sapphire, you know, we spoke about NIP to having a point to prove in this match almost being a rematch. Do you feel like they've proven that point up to this point after map 1?
I think so. We've got to see more here. This was their map pick. We expected them to do well, but they came out looking even better. I think getting 10 on T side was a good performance. They started to let it slip away, but pulled it together when it mattered. So I think we're on the right track for NiP. But again, this was their map pick. Soon we're gonna go over to Big's map pick, which is where NiP haven't had success historically. So hopefully, you know, there's something to be said about momentum, though. Feeling really well. We just saw Naomi's ace there. That always feels good. You kind of feel dominant as you're going into the next map. You feel a bit invincible.
Yeah, I feel like their show out at the moment is absolutely unreal. Because you've seen how Big have kind of clawed their way back, but then they were pushed straight back down as well. And I think that NIP just seemed like they remained in control, especially towards those final rounds of that map. Now, we've got our head-to-head on your screen right now. You've got Astra and Zenith. Now, our head-to-head graphic is kind of showing these two players, but Astra, I feel like we had high expectations for her going into this map, and she just seemed to slow roll it for the first portion of this. Do you feel the same, Steph?
Yeah, I chose these two players for head-to-head, or we chose them, because they, if you take a look at their HLTV stats, okay, they are supposed to be the top players from both teams. And in this first map, they both kind of were quiet. And one could argue on the NIP side, Astra, she didn't have to come alive that much because her team was doing so great. But on Xana's side and on Big's side, she definitely needed to step up at some point. 28.6 EDR is a really rough game, and if Big wants to win this BO3 2-1, I almost said 21, 2-1, they're like Xana is gonna have to wake up, so she should go around, move her body, bring the oxygen back to her brain, because she's gonna need to perform in map number 2 and potentially 3.
Well, let's look forward to the next map, like you just mentioned. Sapphire, we're going to be heading towards Vertigo. How can Big turn this one around? You know, what are your thoughts with this? We've seen that it's actually still fairly even. It wasn't a complete blowout. So what are the fine tweaks that they should really do to turn this around?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some good moments for them on the T side, and then last time they played this map against NIP, T side is where they had a lot of great successes too. They had a strategy, you know, as we heard from Ida in that interview earlier. They have got a legendary coach and Musambani, so like leveraging his knowledge, making sure they're not getting too stressed, not worried about losing this match. They have a good plan, T-side, and so we just need to see them execute that. Pretend this is 0-0. Don't worry that they're down one map.
Yeah, during the first map as well, B-Dog mentioned that there were some teething issues with NIP. I guess that it was still early on in map 1, but did you notice any teething issues, Steph, like as they kind of approached those first couple of rounds?
You're gonna have to excuse my French, but some what issues? I don't
Teething issues. Teething issues. Like
teething?
Teething, like teeth. Teething
like
issues
your teeth
being
are coming
like just
in, like
issues.
when a baby, their teeth come in, yeah.
Oh, like pain.
Like small issues. They had like some slight issues, yeah.
Okay. Oh my God, I'm so French. Yes, I absolutely think there's some small issues. And I have to say, we saw a little bit, like, they were talking about the Josie ping a lot, but we saw it affected probably her team, like everyone's mental. So they're going to have to kind of push that away. And I have to call out all of the teams today. Please use your timeouts. What's going on? We have not seen a lot of timeouts throughout all of the best of 3 so far. So use them. Try to break that momentum. Try to everyone calm down their nerves so that you can come back in a game that you're potentially about to lose.
I mean, historically, when you have like Big going up against NIP, like when you've already mentioned, Sapphire, about this map pick from Big, could we see this as the turning point? Because you've mentioned that NIP, the first map was their pick. So now that this is Big's pick, is this kind of leaning in their favor going into this? Should we expect our viewers to see Big triumph over this map?
I mean, they've had a lot of success on this map, right? So it's one that they felt comfortable on. Big plays it well, but at the same time, Nip plays this map well too. Not against Big historically, but otherwise Nip has picked up a number of wins on this map in ESL Impact season. So, you know, it's Big can't get too ahead of themselves here, right? Because Nip is pretty decent on it too.
Oh, is this going to be the D7 show going into map number 2? Only one way to find out if they can claw it back. I feel like we should head over to Lucy and B-Dog. And I want some predictions from both of you, please, as we go into map number 2.
Well, we can give our predictions as well. Everyone's predicting. Brandon, I feel like you're a Nip picker, as we established.
Yeah, it's true. I picked them all throughout the ESL Impact Season 3, right? And I'm still going to head with that. I think this is a very strong map for NIP. The issues that I kind of want to kind of bring back and kind of touch upon that the desk were mentioning about Big's T side posing such a threat for NIP, I'm worried they're going to go away, learn from that demo, and then be really rigid on the CT side. I'm worried they're going to be really stuck in their ways, and that is a problem that we might see. And if that is the case, Big can make some really good on the fly mid-round calls to kind of deviate away from those potential problems. And I think that's where kind of if NIP get tunnel visioned, that's where it could be pretty costly.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident about NIP going into Vertigo just because of their past performance on this map. Yes, Big beat them last time, but that's just been a moment of reflection then for NIP, right? As you mentioned, they can watch back that demo, they can kind of work out where they went wrong, address those issues, and I expect to see them, based on what we just saw with the players we saw popping off, they're going to be looking very explosive here. At that head-to-head between the two AWPers, I'm keeping an eye on as well. Obviously, Vertigo, not always super AWP-heavy map, but certainly potential for it. But I think it's going to be a very explosive battle between these two teams.
I think it's actually really difficult for Zana, or because she had a really rough Inferno. You now go onto the T side, I'd assume, of Vertigo, because I feel like Nip will start on the defense. So T side or pin on Vertigo, again, it's really difficult. It poses the same conversation piece as we had about Inferno. So you need the rest of the players to really get a lot of leverage out of their positions. You look towards Josie and towards middle. You look towards Jenny R towards B, and it was those players in particular that were creating the most problems for NIP. It was them walking in the late round where NIP had shuffled all of their defense.
Well, let's see it then. Jumping into Vertigo, map 2 of this best of 3. This is a single elimination charity tournament, so it's all do or die now for Big. Elimination on the line for NIP. They want to have a chance to take down Enigma Galaxy again. That'll be the rematch coming through. A lot of rematches here. Another Gamers Without Borders event. And it's fast from Big up towards the ramp. Kiara spots out a couple, fires off a shot, and she's going to start to fall back. Has Astra tucked on into the side here. And that sandbag, the decoy comes on over. That's designed there to bait out her position, but she's not biting yet. Waiting. Eventually, it's going to pop. And we'll reveal. Oh, okay. She's not been checked. Oh, Astra swung out for 2. Looking for a third as well. D7 over in the sidelines. And Astra, well, she sidelines her. What a pistol round from Astra.
You know what happens there? That micro play from Astra, you might have missed it. We might see it again on the replay. You said it. Decoy thrown over, designed to make an audio cue if it hits a player in sandbag. Astra moves slightly to the right-hand side, so it bounced right past her. The audio wasn't given up, and so they don't check the position. And that's where she can just lie in wait and orchestrate the rest of her forces to play off her contact. That was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Astra, who I think is probably one of the best pistol players that we have in the women's scene. I feel like her pistol ace on Inferno, I think in week 2 of ESL Impact, was it? I don't know. It was one of those weeks.
It was wild.
Yeah, that was like probably the craziest clip from that entire season. She is nuts. As most AWPers are with pistols, I guess that's kind of not uncommon to see that crossover. It's all point and click, right? That's why AWPing's easy. It's point and click.
The whole game is kind of point and click.
Oh no, because you got to point and click and drag if you got a rifle. It's a whole extra step you got to pull into the thing. All right, well anyway. Kills coming through here, which is actually pretty decent, to be honest. And it's 2 M4 kills at the end for Astra. But they do lose a couple of MP9s in the mix there. It's not a big deal, really, but you don't want to lose too many lives there against just Glocks.
I absolutely love that description of Counter-Strike, by the way. It's like, aim it, click it, drag it, bop it.
Bop it.
Yeah.
It's a Daft Punk song. We've got all the lyrics. We had the rap verses earlier. Now we're getting into electronica.
I'm excited. We're going to go music through the ages.
Yeah.
IP.
What's up next? You never know.
Winning these rounds on repeat. Bigger Keeper would love to hit the playlist on shuffle. Take a round back for themselves. They have got the rifles in play. This is where the mid presence of Josie, her lurking prowess could really come into favor. Kiara up close. Just gets denied immediately.
Yeah. That's a pretty nice kill. They had a second player there in Astra ready to, if like kind of a fast swing came through, but just wasn't needed. So a kill for free, courtesy of Josie, who has proved to be very good on this T side. This boost has been holding for a long time. And with no contact, no reason not to continue holding it. Paulie out in the open, gets one, but the issue with that position is it is done after that one. But look at Astra getting up close, getting into the corner, and she goes for a huge spray. Almost finds the third frag, but couldn't quite finish the job.
So Ida is able to get over here. Look to plant that bomb. Although, maybe not. She didn't pick it up. Ida's getting on close. Jenkins arrived and charged on through. Ida found Naomi there, somehow, in that fray. And so it's D7. Yet to post, but we know what she can do. Player behind Jens, waiting for the peak, but Jenkins falls on back. Knows that initiative has to be taken by D7 in this position. She's picked up that bomb. Just to see if she does go for a little bit of a look in, just to see how safe it is before she commits to the plant. And she does just that, just clearing Jens, seeing if anyone's nearby. A smoke she can deploy, and she can get onto that plant, but the time she took this has allowed Jenkins to get up so close, and she's going to spot her as she backs on out.
It's all mind games on the server early on to kick off Vertigo, but look at Jenkin. Takes it one step back initially and then thinks, hang on, I'm better off just being a little bit safer deeper into CT, because if D7 makes this play, I'm definitely not cleared, and if the bomb goes down on A, I'm half a second to a second closer to be able to rotate through. Really nicely done. And the fact that Ida as well drops the bomb back, it doesn't reveal that she's got the C4, but what it does do is try to get her into an advantageous position so the bomb can go down and she can catch the defenders rotating in by surprise.
Yeah, really well clutched out by Jenkins. 3-0 staff NIP, as happy as can be. And again, it's paced and big over towards the ramp, looking to get elevated as Jenkins. She's peering on over this smoke and can't quite take down Zana. 99 damage done. Naomi finds 100 onto Josie. Now Astra wants to get involved, try and go to the position that Jenkins just got taken down from. Bigger backed out. They're taking a lot of flak damage and just want to take a moment to regroup themselves. But now they're looking to come on back through. This is where Astra's position can be so deadly. No way to clear it. There's a HE, the only piece of utility that can really do anything about this position.
But then it's a question of, do you want to throw it and reveal that you're here? Naomi tucked in over towards short. If they swing right now, it could be perfect, but Zana, low HP, walks into the guillotine. At least there's a trade, but yet again, this has sold the dream. Astra isn't here, but in fact, she is. Needs to be cleared and isn't. That's the bomb drop yet again. Astra aware that Jenny R could be, but Kiara steps in the nick of time. Ida knows where one of these players are, but Paulie is the unknown entity walking away through the elevators, and NIP continue this flawless start to life on Vertigo.
That's just beautiful, NIP. Just the positioning there, just the way that they decide to put Astra immediately back into the kind of close. You can see Jenkins goes down here early, right? She's playing over towards that side of the ramp. Naomi gets the kill and falls back. You kind of know that she's here because she's taken that first kill, right? You're not expecting Astra to have crept into the sandbags this whole time. Just been waiting. Like a little trapdoor spider, waiting for the moment to spring out and devour you whole.
It's really good to see the communication. You can see it flowing through these sort of middle into end portions of the round for NIP. Everyone is taking contact after their teammates, right? So it's like a double layering upon even more just... It's just really well done. I'm so impressed with how NIP look. We talked about the fundamentals on Inferno. We're seeing, I think, in back-to-back rounds now, the importance of their dynamic. It was interesting to see the VT with Ida. They talked about their prac routine. I wonder what NIP's looks like, because at the moment, they are absolutely demolishing Big Equipa. Their map pick, by the way.
Yeah, and this is why, I mean, I was a little concerned about the Vertigo pick, because obviously you beat them last time as Big. That is, they won last time. It was pretty convincing. But NIP are good at this map. One L doesn't make a full alphabet. And D7, that's a big kill into Naomi. Opens it up, taking presence over towards ramp with that lurk. So maybe there is something here for Big.
Yeah, D7 turning that number upside down, handing the L to Naomi. I feel like what's interesting is you look at the last time these two teams went head-to-head versus what's going on now. It's NIP being a lot more dynamic on the CT side. Now we've got Paulie up close. Kiara's even going to flash her in. Full blind. Zana hits the deck. See you later.
That really sucks for Zana. No chance to really get involved. Had that AWP out, and oh, that's a missed jump. Bullet soars as she falls, and Big have definitely made it very apparent that they're going here.
Yeah.
They have 50 seconds left. They don't have to. The question is, how long do they hold? Not very. Jenny R is going to be facing, and she does find a kill. Kiara gets the trade and even spots out Ida. A very difficult position to be fighting from if you are Ida. So Kiara able to find one, and look at this repositioning again. Astra spotted, but are you ready for Kiara now, tucked in towards wood where you've just cleared a player? No, you're absolutely not. And she's able to swing out for one. Astra gets the immediate trade, and Ida now in the 1 versus 2. Both players here. Flames come on forward, and Astra wide swings for the kill.
What's really interesting there is that NIP don't have much utility, so instead they're fighting forward, and it's, as you mentioned, the bait and switch. And yet again, it's the bait and switch. Astra actually stepping in allows Kiara to be in that position undetected, because you think it's Kiara that's there the whole time. It's layering from NIP. The defense, you're just not expecting it. And yet again, what we're looking at as well as these highlights roll through is just the trade spacing. NIP is instantaneous.
Well, this is a bit of a faster round. Zana gets one, but Kiara and Naomi, they get a kill apiece. Oh, Naomi adds another one to the feed. Zana has gotten past, which would have been an issue if all of her teammates hadn't fallen. So now we do get to see the ace clutch potential here. Punt in the digits, gets that bomb planted, but she is under so much pressure. Kiara just never let her get out. No comfort allowed. And the pace gives Big almost a round there, one of the closest they've had so far. The streak remains flawless for NIP.
Impressed with Big, though. That's Zana coming up trumps. 3 important kills. I like the fact she wants to take space and try and catch out the players rotating over. We get to see it here as well. Just kind of ignores the players that were fighting forward. Just wants to get in the back lines immediately. Nearly offers up a fantastic opportunity for her. But she's cleaned up because of the lack of armor. 7-0. This one really is starting to run away from Big Equipa. Back out with the rifles. Zana with the AWP.
I didn't get a chance to use it last time. See if she can this time around. And once again, okay, Naomi's found the opener. She has just been so good at this position towards gap in terms of, well, finding gaps and finding players. Feels like she's always good for one there, no matter the situation, and she's not done with one. She wants more. She's got an up down close, and well, Zana has found a kill back. Naomi tucks in next to Tarpaul, a difficult position to clear. Zana flashes herself in. Astra swings behind the flames. It's beautiful. Using the utility to give herself a bit of a one-way, and she's gotten 2 kills for it. A good deal for Astra, and she's not ready to stop yet, but she's forced to. And Jenny R now in the clutch. Paulie is very fast in this rotation. Jenny didn't hear it. Oh, they've both got knives out. They both swap, and Jenny R a little bit quicker on the trigger. Just to the head, but a lot of damage done. And it's a 1v1. Kiara in the right place. Jenny R has some Molotov. Oh, spots out a player, gets another opportunity. Kiara repositioning, tucking into the corner. Now she's getting a little curious. Knows she has the health advantage, wants to push the issue, see if Jenny R has escaped, and this patience is perfect. She knows the head-to-head is difficult, so wait for Kiara to come to you, but it had to be perfect. And unfortunately, it's not the headshot, so Kiara comes through with the clutch.
I'm gonna steal Miss Harvey's catchphrase. Oh, it's come in. Never mind. I feel like this pause is a little too late. I feel like this could have come in a couple of rounds ago, right? I feel like it's really needed. It is in, that's the most important thing, but I feel like the damage has already been done. NIP have won out the half. It's 8 out of 8. Great performance, mate.
Yeah, I rate it. There's that first tactical. So the capital COOL. Off the back of it, what is Big Equipa's game plan going to be? They have the investment coming through, no AWP. Or will there? Okay, there will be an AWP. Do you need it? Well, okay, look, I'm not going to judge, let's see, but it has come at the detriment of utility for Ida.
Yeah.
And also Zana in a way, right? Because she had to, well, actually, no, she would have been lacking anyway. But yeah. Let's see. D7 got an opener before. It didn't result in the round, and that was a bit of an issue. Find the opening, which they have a couple of times. You do need to be able to still close. Losing 4 on 5s is not great. Doesn't take a genius to work that one out. Astra, this position, very powerful. Astra's 15 for 3, by the way. And Naomi has again found the opener at gap.
Yeah, the molly gives over D7's position, just a simple spam through the smoke, and Josie feels like she needs to activate, try and gather some control, gets shut down by Astra. Kiara, oh, actually loses out the fight to Jenny R. That's an important small win for Big. Potentially it could snowball into greater and greater things, but take a look at this from Astra. No way they expect this. They're going to go all the way around behind. How's your nerve, Astra? Looking for even more, and she finds 2. That is insane from Astra. And Ida now in the 1 versus 3. Simply too many players to contend with, but it's phenomenal. Once again, it's NIP just aggressively pushing forward, catching off guard. They are very happy with that.
Yeah, I'd be very happy with Astra for that one. What a great round to pick up. And again, just in the bloody walls is Astra, always able to find these gaps where she can exploit an opportunity, knows that, again, teammate went down here. Look at the ground, but that smoke just gives her an opportunity. She walks through the veil of the night and strikes. Massive kills coming on through, and doesn't even overcommit after finding the second as well. Just waits.
Astra is 18 and 3.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Kiara under pressure. Josie has been forced on forward, and Kiara easily collects that kill. Another opening going the way of NIP. This one's feeling a little bit more like the NIP that the 16-1 Na'Vi Javelins last weekend. And the NIP that 2-0'd Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, now it's just Jenkins taking fight. She feels so confident she's just going to swing angles. And this smoke has been deployed basically every round from NIP. It gives them a little bit of a one-way. In the UK scene, we call this the endpoint smoke. D7 just holding this pixel, would love NIP to press the issue, but they've got all the control. Why on earth would they need to push further? The onus of responsibility and pressure is on Big. 2 versus 5.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Naomi spotted out D7, firing off bullets, keeping her entertained, keeping her occupied. D7 falls on back. GNR has found some success over towards B in many of these rounds, but this time around, yeah, they're going to save. It's dire situation, but I mean, what else can you do? Can't give it a look in by any measure. 10-0 scoreline, Brandon. This is NIP.
I didn't expect this. I thought it would be a lot closer. I thought NIP would have learnt their lessons from the previous one, and well, it looks like they have tenfold. And there's no real critique in it, to be honest. It's just been spotless, and for Big Equipa, certainly work to do. They need to give themselves at least a lifeline in this first half.
Yeah, this T-side has been a bit of a struggle, and the T-side was really where they were excelling on Inferno, right? It felt like that's where they were making that game look very competitive, and we felt like they were going to be coming back in, and the players that were doing it, Josie and D7, 3 kills between the two of them. Now, you know, I don't want to really, you know, make a big deal about that, but it is a bit of a tough game for them both so far. Naomi's been such a nuisance as kind of D7's dueling partner over towards Gap, and then you've got Jenkin and Astra weighing in over this side of the map, and it is difficult to deal with. There's Naomi again. D7 does get the better of her this time. Jenkin not able to get the better of Zana. Kiara now, she's rotated on over, trying to get a few, but it's chaos, and Big are thriving in it. Astra's still here, though, and Astra is doing Astra things, keeping them absolutely wounded, and they are not able to remove her. Paulie comes on through for the final frag, and an IP. Well, that one looked like Big were going to take it, but their defense is just so darn solid.
Go back to our music theme. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but take a look at NIP's reactions to the situations. The fact that you've got 2 players that fall early after taking the initial fights, guess what? You haven't got 1 player that steps in, it's actually the second. You've got premature rotations, but this is the fastest that Big Equipa have actually thrown around at you, despite the Tech 9s. So you know what's up here.
That's just 20 for 3. I mean, what can you do? Her positioning has just been insane. It's not necessarily just that she is fragging well, but she is out positioning them every single time. It's beautiful to see. And now Jenkin, a bit of a change up, getting in front of the smoke. Not uncommon, and there's a lot of players on the other side they're going to phase, but she's got the M4. They've got the pistols. She should be spotting Zana. No, the phase comes on through, and Naomi, she can't trade immediately. She's able to find one, but not enough bullets. Zana with that collected M4 does get the kill. Astra's now arrived over the Danger Woman for NIP, and she still has danger in her name. Feels the feed for another. Kiara on that rotation up on over, and Astra, she's doing just that, coming over the top, denying the bomb plant as well. Zana gets the trade, but this round has fallen apart. And Zana, it comes down to a 1v1 at the tail end, but she is not ready for that fast flank.
Just as I'm kind of praising NIP, I feel like in that round, they're trying to vary the CT side a little bit too much. It's really aggressive. You should know that their money's a little bit weaker. Where Big Equipa haven't been planting the bomb, you kind of get this yo-yo effect of AK-47s followed up by Tech 9s. We've just had the AKs. We should be expecting these Tech 9s up close against the pistols. Never really want to fight where you want to find yourself, but Astra saves the day. Going up and over, denying the bomb, allows enough time for the flank to activate and also for Kiara to step in on the bomb site.
Domination in the server from the Ninjas. Oh, that HE does a lot of damage to the boost as well. Big, they can't find a break here. This ramp has proved to be quite the troublesome area for them. Smashing their heads against the wall that is Naomi and Astra. And this is Astra without the AWP as well. We were having that conversation about how impactful the AWPs would be here, but they've opted for rifles on both sides more often than not. Zana's got out the AWP a couple of times. To little avail. Naomi, a good amount of damage onto Zana, but that's a great headshot from Ida. Again, a 4v5, but a couple of wounded players here for Big. HE comes on over, misses onto Zana. Ida chipped down a little bit lower, and more utility raining on through, keeping them at bay. Everyone from the CTs has rotated on over. Double boost even coming on through to peer over the top of this smoke. Naomi gets an opportunity, but Kiara at least does trade when she goes down. Now that bomb planted, a difficult retake. Look at the health for NIP.
Yeah, it looks pretty good for a Big Equipa round. Got to get on the bomb as well. There's no smoke to kind of hide your progress, and Jenny R is churning them up gap. Astra, of course, she's finding kills, but I don't think it's going to result in the round win. She's trying to find a little safe place to try and defuse, but Josie has her number. And finally, we get to see it. The number one, the score etched onto the board next to Big Equipa's name, but the maximum they can find, Lucy, is 3 rounds in this first half.
Yeah, at least the second round might be actually doable here. You know, despite this insane scoreline, the economy is surprisingly not great for NIP. To see this fray coming back. So yeah, it's a little lacking. Naomi's got a Desert Eagle. She's been kind of the key defender over on 8. I like this though. Jenny R has found an opening over here a couple of the earlier rounds, and so they get Paulie down early. I feel like you kind of want the MP9 there instead of the M4, but
yeah,
we'll see what she can do with it. Singed. So Jenny R gets the sound cue.
Oh. Gets spammed a little bit as well. Jenkin fighting low HP. This is dangerous, but is this an angle that Big Equipa are going to inspect? Ida should have her dead to rights if she peeks, but she's worried about the gap pressure that Naomi has conditioned her to. I really like the hesitation though, yeah.
Ooh. Okay, falls off. The jiggle spots her out, and D7 finishes the job she started earlier. Another opening over towards ramp. Big time to work with. Astra's still here though. Doubled up with Naomi in the side here. Smokes come on through. Are you ready for both these players? Oh, Naomi definitely got spotted there. And oh my God. doesn't budge, and Zana walks straight back on through, but Big have rerouted. They're going back over towards the B bomb site. Poorly rotated off, ready for this hit to come on through, and that's given them free access. She is close behind the gens, but Jenny R, well, so is she. Now a 4-on-3 in the retake, a difficult position for NIP. Jenny R makes it all the more difficult.
Yeah, this is the first round where we've seen Jenny R's lurk come into fruition. And that was a big thorn in the side of NIP last time around. It was the late lurking. They'd pulled all of the rotations towards A, and then Big Equipa would end B. It's good that we're seeing it, and it's good that it's come in, but at the same time, you're 12-2 down.
Yeah. Well, at least 12-3, pretty likely. You know, I'm trying to paint the picture here.
Should be.
Should be. Although Naomi and Astra have M4s, and if I wanted 2 players to be having the weapons at the moment for NIP, it's those 2 players.
That is dastardly, that deagle shot from Naomi. Feels like she can do no wrong on the server. Couple of fam-eye. I know you're not a fan-eye of it, but it's what NIP have got to work with. Kiara on the deeg this time, so another twin with a pistol. Astra creeping closer. Jenny R might find her just by pure mystery. Does reveal her position. And again, that AK, not recoverable for Kiara.
Yeah, it's a big kill to find. Jenny R has been doing wonders for Big. Keeping them in this. Even if it is by the smallest of margins. Jenkin again has gotten to a bit of a... Okay, no, she's fallen off. She was sort of sitting out at a bit of an off angle, but she falls on back in. Naomi above her, able to provide support. Jenkins just jiggling, has the incendiary in hand. Naomi ready for the contact and steps up with a kill on Zana. D7 though, an immediate double kill. That is huge from D7. And that's given them the pathway in. Kiara coming quickly, but it's just this Desert Eagle in hand. Paulie on her way with the FAMAS. This is looking for good for Big. They just need to stick the landing.
Kiara, surely she gets cleared here. Doesn't need to swing. D7 arriving. Better late than never. 3 kills already. Paulie gets decimated through the smoke, and it will be those 3 rounds right at the very end for Big Equipa. But is that enough, Lucy?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like enough, does it? A domination from NIP on the CT side. I felt like they were just on a whole nother level for those first 12 rounds, right? Barely a flaw in their armor. Big Equipa now so much to do when the sides switch.
Well, the question I posed before we jumped into Vertigo was, would Nip remain too static on the defense? Well, I think we got our answer. Absolutely not. But what is going well for Big Keeper? They got the last 3 rounds, so momentum is technically on their side, and Zana is showing up. Now, on the CT side, she can pick and choose her angles of the AWP, and it needs to find impact.
Yeah, I like the way you've kind of painted the picture as if this wasn't a 12-3 half. This has been absolutely domination from NIP, but hey, Big R still in it. Still swinging, still kicking, still a bit to show us yet. Zana, dual Berettas in hand, taking them over towards A, which is where a couple of these NIP players are going early. She's going to peek on out, spots on 2, falls on back, but it's just the 2.
Yeah, that bomb is making its way onto B instead. Oh! Dual Berettas not finding a kill.
Yeah, not ideal. T7 falling on back. They're going for a bit of rotation over towards A, and it's the wrong read. Although this information will be gathered shortly. Jenny R gets 1, Naomi does as well. So it's a 1-for-1, and that's actually caused D7 to hesitate. The flash is going to announce the presence, but, well, Kiara walks onto that red carpet with a headshot. Puts it a darker shade, and now Ida is making her way on through, but Astra has something to say about it, and this pistol needed to be Biggs. It was a requirement for them to have any showing here on Vertigo, and for Jenny R, she has no hope at all in this round. Unfortunately, no kit, no time, 4 players to find. That's a nice headshot, but Naomi is there for the immediate trade. And that's 13 for NIP, a 10-round lead.
You know what's heartbreaking about that as well? That's a Uno reverse card to be a keeper. NIP start off A, announce all the presents, find the opener, and then all the rotations fall on favor towards the first letter of the alphabet, and NIP go the other way. Revenge is a dish best served cold. However, with that being said, NIP are looking hot to trot on Vertigo.
Oh, look at this. I'm going to be running into the stack. Okay, well, all right. These pistols, well, they can sing. Kiara now has a 1v4 turn 1v3 on her hands. And that's recovered weaponry for the big squad. Now, there's no armor behind it. A bit of utility on Jenny R that's been recovered. Kiara has a lot of time to work with. Spots out one player. They're trying to swing her all at once. Overwhelm, but she's hitting shots. Dinked on through 4 HP. Jenny R is able to secure the kill. And somehow Big with the mid-rush stack with the pistols make it work.
What a great eco round for Bigger Keeper, because now look at their money. They can just buy M4s straight into this, and they can future-proof. NIP completely lost, obliterated by the stack. It's death by 1,000 paper cuts. Does come down to the 1 versus 1, but Jenny R will secure just Tech 9s and a couple of Deagles versus the world.
Okay, well, there's something to be talking about here. Big win this. NIP have to eco. And suddenly, that 13-3 is a 13-7. And 7 is a bigger number than 3. By a large margin. It's over double the number. So something to consider. Ida just looking to get a few numbers onto her kills, but it's only the 1. Can't quite find the second. A smoke wasn't it either. Doesn't matter. Jenny R's here to help out. That flashbang is good. Astra with the Tech 9 up on top, but D7 puts her on down.
I like the attempt at the mid-split, but...
Oh,
okay, doesn't matter. I was going to say that the bomb is nowhere near a site, but Kiara deals with D7. Jenny R at the back of the generators can try and deny, but is catching flack. And all the meanwhile, the digits have been punched in. Was that a jump shot from Jenkin? Well, suddenly Zana's overwhelmed. How has this round turned on its head?
Oh, that is so unfortunate. That HE, that's going to find 1. So Josie has an opportunity here. She's got a smoke and a kit. Kiara is very low, but it's so difficult for Josie. A ping an issue in this sort of position. 1v2, can't quite connect onto the first, and that is a stolen round from the Ninjas. And that might just be that last dagger through the ribs.
At least Bigger Keeper won on an eco in the previous. So now they've got that buffer of being able to invest again. You might see a couple of Pyjamas in a little bit of a compromising state to get some utility. Was this a jump shot? Oh yeah, it
come
was.
on, that's just not okay. Naomi's
That's not
activation
fair.
in mid is insane as well, just the timing on that. It's crazy that that sign says no shorts, and this is a really short match, so NIP breaking rules. Panda's got an orb. Where'd she find that? Who knows? In the coffers? It has to come up big. It needs to. So much on her shoulders right now, and, well, her head's no longer there. Her body fallen to the pavement below. Orb irrecoverable. All falling apart now. Astra charging on through middle. Collecting kills. Jenny R, the only one remaining. And she's just got a Desert Eagle. I think she's the one that dropped over that orb. No armor on her. And she's taken down by Astra 15-4.
Not quite championship point. Series point for NIP to make it through to that semi-final. We get to just see this again. It's going to be a very similar buy coming out of Equipa into this one, except there's no warp available. It is literally just the Deagles.
Yeah, it's not a position you want to be in. Elimination on the line. NIP now looking hot to trot. Paulie and Astra are going to be doubling up in mid, while the other three pincer onto the A bomb site up through ramp using the one-way here. Naomi gets that opening kill. Sana's playing a cheeky little off angle here, but Jenkins going to circumnavigate it, or maybe not. A leg spotted, but Naomi quick on the trigger. Paulie finds one in mid as well, so it's just Jenny R and D7 to keep big in this. Oh, well, it's just Jenny R. She's over on ramp, swings on through. Kiara takes her down, and NIP win out the series 2-0.
What a dominating performance on Vertigo. Inferno was quite touch and go. Equipa showed a lot of promise on that T side, but when it comes to Vertigo, it's just a completely different story. NIP, they come with the game plan. They come with the knowledge that they didn't have before the last time these two teams went head to head on that battleground. And look at the gulf in class, and look at the immediate short-term results. Really dominating stuff from NIP.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? It was 12-0, and, you know, yes, Big got some rounds back here, but this was the round we just saw there with the pistols where they forced back, they stole it away, and that was completely knocking the legs out from under Big. Any chance of a comeback ended with that round. Even if it was an incredibly long shot, it was still there. And yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate one for Big, but hey, for NIP, they looked very good after, I guess, the second half of Inferno, and that's got to get you excited, right? Particularly with that matchup coming against Sigma Galaxy. That'll be in the semifinals. NIP beat them last time around. That one could go either way now. You start to believe that NIP could do it again.
What it does do as well, it gives a lot of belief and confidence to a very young team that are still in the early development stages of their roster. The fact that they lost so decisively last time around, they come in and it's a whitewash, it's short-term improvements, and it provides a lot of damaging results. And surely that is kind of the incentive, the kind of accelerator that you need in this team to bounce back immediately. It shows a lot of good mental resolve, given the ages of some of these players as well. They are incredibly young.
Yeah, absolutely. Really impressive stuff from NIP, taking down Big, who unfortunately now leave us at Gamers Without Borders. And we'll go to a very short break. When we come back, it'll be the desk breaking that one down.
Every day, it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders, and the quarterfinals of our women's Counter-Strike tournament are over. 4 teams advanced into the semi-finals. That means 2 have been sent packing. And Sapphire, you know, kind of embarrassing in a way. I think that Astra heard us, because I'm never going to call her a slow roller again. I believe after about 11 rounds, she was 20-3 or something. Am I right?
Yeah, something like that. I was feeling a little guilty. I think map 1, I jinxed her. You know, we hyped it up early in the pre-show, but for good reason, because like I said, she's a big name player, and when it matters, she shows up. It also helps that she's an Opper, and CT side on Vertigo is basically Opper's paradise. So she was working that map beautifully. Just really nice performance from her.
It was, I believe. What do you think there was like any kind of turning point in that match, Steph? I feel like it was incredibly one-sided throughout. It looked like Big were starting to try to find their feet to clamber onto something, and it kind of evaporated through their fingers, didn't it?
Yeah, they didn't really give themselves enough breathing room to really be able to come back into this map, you know, and it feels like we never lost the Inferno momentum. Astra's pistol round was probably the main point in this game to keep Nip's momentum alive. She was able to get a triple kill, and the way that it happened was really demoralizing for Big, and it seems like they just never recovered. I don't think they used their pauses really well throughout the whole BO3, if I'm gonna be honest with y'all, and so unfortunately they're not able to really stop the bleeding. And on the Nip side, it really feels like they have something to prove after their losses.
Well, an absolutely outstanding performance from NIP. And speaking of NIP, we are joined by Kiara from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Congratulations on your victory. You're going to be competing in tomorrow's semi-finals, and you guys must be feeling extremely confident after that performance, right?
Yeah, we do. It feels really good to win against Big because we lost against them, obviously, last time. And we remembered how they played, so it was easier this time to play against them.
Yeah, I have to ask you, congratulations on the win. It was really dominant. Like, when you say that it was easier, did you adapt or did you do less mistakes? Like, what was the game plan coming into this matchup?
I think we did like less mistakes, and like we all remembered, you know, how they played. They're very aggressive players, I feel like. And I think we all just had that in our mind, and I don't know, we just played very well together, did less mistakes. It was just good for us.
Congratulations, Kiara. Obviously, next up, you're going to have Nigma Galaxy. And NIP is the only team, I don't even know, years, I feel like, that has taken a series off Nigma Galaxy. So how are you going to do it again tomorrow? What's the secret?
Well, we're going to just prepare very well, like watch their demos, see what they do, and just not make mistakes and do our best, like last time.
That is what we like to hear. Preparation is key, of course. Kiara, thank you so much from us here at the studio and for the fans at home. Best of luck tomorrow in your semi-final against Nigma Galaxy. Oh, that performance from NIP, I've got to say, I mean, it makes me worry for Nigma Galaxy, Steph. I mean, I know that Lucy already mentioned it before she signed out. Doesn't it make you a little bit worried for them?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's still Nigma Galaxy, right? It's just what we're gonna need for this matchup to be as good as it was in the past. We're gonna need a NIP that showed up like today, and we're gonna need a little bit of a shaky Nigma Galaxy, and so that we can have a really close best of 3. Because, you know, if you're the top team, you can have an off day, but are you gonna have an off year versus the same team over and over? I don't know. We'll see if NIP is able to do it again.
I mean, a display right here on our screens of NIP being the unstoppable force that they were during this second quarterfinal of Gamers Without Borders. I feel like they definitely asserted themselves when it came to this kind of idea of the rematch that we had in our minds, right, Sapphire?
Yeah, they played with a lot of confidence here. When Kiara said it herself, like when you lose, you have a little more to learn, and so they learned from that last series, and the results show here in the scores.
Head-to-head was great. I love Naomi versus Naomi. That's how good she is in the game.
You stole it right out of my mouth. I was literally just about to say that. You beat me to it. Now, Steph, I actually have an image of you in my mind of you screaming at the monitor for Big to pause, and then they finally did.
Yeah.
I think 8-0. Did you breathe a sigh of relief for them, or, you know, in your mind, was it was just too late? It was too far gone?
It was too late, and B-Dog called it. I think that it was so late, and it's surprising because they have a great coach. Like Heather mentioned it right before this map, how they are supported by really experienced players. So for me, if you're losing 5-0, there's really absolutely no reason why you're not taking your first pause there if you have 4 left in your pocket. So, like, we have to call these team outs today. I don't think anyone did a good job at breaking the momentums and working with the economy and the pacing of the nerves, but it might just be people are taking it a little bit lightly because it's, you know, it's a tournament for charity. Who knows, but there's still 2.5 million on the line, and I would want to be the team being able to bring the most money for charity.
You had your MVPs on the screen, brought to you by Savvy just then, and I have to say that average damage per round that average damage per round by Naomi was absolutely outrageous, 111.6. Did you see that switched cameras there? Bam, bam. I loved it. That was absolutely amazing. So that's Enigma Galaxy and Na'Vi Javelins both enter the discussion tomorrow in our semi-finals. Those matchups are going to be absolutely crazy. Given the performances that we've seen so far up to this point, here's your playoff bracket that you can see. 2 O's today. I mean, what dominating performances, Sapphire?
Yeah, I'm not sure we expected that necessarily. I thought these would be a little more competitive, but that actually sets us up for really exciting matches tomorrow, because I think tomorrow is where we thought we'd see some of the dominant performances, but Nip is looking really good. 9 Pandas was really, really clean. So, you know, they might make those matches competitive against Nigma and Na'Vi.
Well, for you viewers at home, in case you're wondering, 9 Pandas Fearless versus Na'Vi Javelins will be your first match of the day, followed by Enigma Galaxy versus Ninjas in Pyjamas, who we saw put up that outrageous performance literally moments ago. Well, having said that, it is time to wrap up the show. Thank you so much to Miss Harvey, Sapphire, Lucy, B-Dog, Tom, and Nari Mizuki for all of your hard work today. It really has been phenomenal to work with you all for the first time. I've enjoyed it so much. Production team, you've been absolutely incredible. This studio, everything that you've done to create this incredible charity tournament has been brilliant from the ground up. And thank you to all of you at home for watching, for supporting your favorite teams. All of this money and all of this, you know, this entire show is going towards a good cause for humanitarian aid all over the world. Now, tomorrow we are going to have our semi-finals. And by the end of tomorrow, we'll have our 2 grand finalists who are going to battle it out for that $2.5 million prize pool. You are not going to want to miss it. My name is Banks, and I'll see you tomorrow.